அது என்னன்னு சொல்லுங்க.
Oh.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare, organized by the Society for Nursing Practices, SFNP, and BioLeaks in association with the following renowned institutions as our academic partners. Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta, Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, deemed to be University, Maharashtra, India. Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing, Teerthanker Mahaveer University, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, India. About the Society for Nursing Practices. The Society for Nursing Practices is a professional association caring for people. SFNP is a non-profitable professional association meant for the development in the field of nursing science and healthcare. It is an international forum for nurses for sharing knowledge and innovation in the field of nursing science and healthcare. It aims to bring together nurses to encourage intellectual development and providing opportunities for networking and collaborations. SFNP meets its objectives through academic networking, meetings, conferences, projects, academic awards, and publications. SFNP strives to enrich from its diverse group of advisory members. SFNP brings together nurses from every nook and corner. SFNP delivers access to its members the industry's most essential technical information by organizing conferences, workshops, annual convention meetings, and provides networking opportunities both locally and globally. Its members have the ability to stay updated in their chosen profession, connect with peers, and invest in their future. To brief a little bit, I kindly request you to turn off your mics so it would be a convenient platform for all of us. Thank you so much. To brief a little bit about BioLeaks. BioLeaks Worldwide is a not-for-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeaks have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeaks conferences brings together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life science and medicinal technology. BioLeaks conducts events worldwide which help in enhancing the skill set of the people from diverse industries and forms a common platform for eminent personalities, physicians, researchers, doctors, and academicians. To brief a little bit about the conference, with an earnest objective of creating an international forum for nursing academicians, researchers, neurologists, and novice nurses, BioLeaks and the Society for Nursing Practices initiated the 6th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare, ICNSH, which was conducted on the 16th and 17th June 2023. The conference enlightens on the theme Nurses Together for Global Health Advancements. The 6th ICNSH provides nursing professionals to gain a wide range of educational advancement at one location. This conference is a multidisciplinary program with a broad participation of members from around the world, focusing on learning about the various facets of nursing and healthcare research. It is considered as a golden opportunity to be enlightened with the most recent advancements and developments in the field of nursing. SFNP has been regularly organizing international conferences, webinars, seminars, and workshops around the globe. It is encouraging for the growth of nursing science and nursing professionals. We are glad to invite you to the 6th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare, held on the 16th and 17th of June 2023 at Jakarta, Indonesia, as a virtual conference. We are grateful for our academic partners, Srimati Radhikabai Meghe, Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, deemed to be University, Wardha, Maharashtra, India. Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, SRMMCON, was established in 2002 to 2003 under the ambit of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. It is located in the picturesque surroundings of Sawangi Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra. The college strives to follow the footprints of care, dedication, compassion, devotion of great social leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Acharya Vinoba Bhave. With the excellency of multi-speciality and super-speciality services rendered by parent hospital Acharya Vinoba Bhave Rural Hospital, the college aspires to be the center of excellence for training in nursing education through evidence-based nursing practice, competing to be at the global scenario. Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing, Teerthanker Mahaveer University, TMU, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh. TMU provides a unique environment for students to grow under the guidance of experienced academicians and acquire the creative and technical skills demanded to make them industry ready. As a multidisciplinary varsity, the college offers career-oriented programs at all levels, that is, undergraduation, post-graduation, and doctoral degrees across diverse streams to meet rising aspirants. The Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing was established in the year 2010 with the aim of providing quality nursing education. It offers diploma, graduate, and postgraduate programs in nursing to meet the diverse needs of the healthcare sector. Qualified and experienced full-time nursing faculty provide the right mix of inputs comprising of theoretical, practical, and clinical experience. On that note, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our honorable dignitaries, the conference organizer, Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, founder and CEO, Society for Nursing Practices, Technored Group, India. The conference organizing secretary, Dr. Seema Singh, principal and professor, Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, SRMMCON, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Sawangi Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra, India. The conference organizing secretary, Professor Shuli Sen, principal, Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing, Teerthanker Mahaveer University, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, India. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Mr. Abdullah Ali Ngala, Chief of Nursing Affairs, Eastern Health Cluster, Brand Ambassador, Nurses for Future Project, Saudi Arabia, Mrs. Marceline Mbelesia, KRN, KRM, BALN, former nursing manager, the Nairobi Hospital, Leadership and Management, Development Studies, St. Paul's University, Nairobi, Kenya. Dr. Carol Gert Mayes, a nurse scientist and clinical educator Institutional Review Board Coordinator, Rutland Regional Medicinal Center, Vermont, USA. Dr. Hardeep Kaur, Professor cum Principal, University College of Nursing, Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot, Punjab, India. I once again welcome you all to this global nursing event. I now kindly request Professor Vaishali Taskade, Vice Principal, Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Maharashtra, India, to welcome the gathering.
Madam, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all present here. Thank you for inviting me for welcome message for 6th International Conference on Nursing Science and Healthcare. And the theme of conference is Nurses Together for Global Health and Advancement. This conference brings together the powerful force of all the nurses participating worldwide for 2 days conference. Here we learn, share, network in order to build a better future for nursing and healthcare. The conference also highlights the importance of unity, collaboration as we come together for global health. If you see for the WHO, approximately 27 million men and women the global nursing force. This accounts nearly 50% of global health workforce. This is a global shortage of health workers, in particular nurses and midwives. More than current shortage in health workers. For all countries to reach the Sustainable Goal Development 3 on health and well-being, WHO estimates that the world will need an additional 9 million nurses by year of 2030. The nurse responsibility of the global health is nurses play a very critical role in a health promotion, delivering primary and community care. Can see the courage and dedication by the nurses during the COVID-19. Nurses play a very important role to shape the global health. It is a fundamental, nurses are the fundamental contributor to global health advancement at the local, national, as well as the international level. This international conference, which promote high quality professional nursing care and education in their communication, while also contributing knowledge globally. This conference brings together nurses from many countries, cultures, religion to form the global nurse workforce. A world without nurses is almost impossible to imagination. Nurses are leaders who make a positive difference by advocating for health and providing health care throughout the world. Lastly, I welcome all dignitaries, speakers, researchers, academicians, because you will get the experience to hear all international, national personality in one platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Seema Singh, the Principal and Professor, Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, deemed to be University, Savangi Meghe, Wardha, Maharashtra, India, to give the inaugural address. Ma'am, I'm unable to hear you very well.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you please repeat that, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, it is clear now.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am,
ma'am.
it's clear now. Yes, ma'am, it's clear.
Yeah, yeah.
We lost you
Good
again.
morning to. Pardon, ma'am.
Actually, the network is a little low, I believe, ma'am.
Okay.
The voice
Okay.
is breaking.
Okay. Voice is breaking. I'll join with something else, ma'am. Just 2 minutes.
Absolutely,
Just 2
sure, ma'am.
minutes.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
I kindly request Dr. Seema Singh to give the inaugural address.
Hello,
Hello, ma'am.
ma'am. Is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is it clear now?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear your voice very well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for interruption. Good morning to one and all once again. Dear esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and respected delegates. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you all to the grand inauguration of this prestigious international conference on the theme Nurses Together for Global Health Advancement. Today, we gather here for various corners of the world representing diverse field of knowledge, expertise, culture, united by our shared intellectual exchange and advancement. This conference as a significant platform for exchange of ideas, the disseminations of cutting-edge research, and the explorations of innovative solutions to the challenges we face in our respective discipline of nursing. It brings together brilliant mind, experts, and thought leaders who have dedicated their lives to pushing boundaries of knowledge and making a positive impact on society. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee whose tireless effort and meticulous planning have made this event a reality. Their commitment to excellence is evident in a diverse programs of sessions and poster and paper presentation that awaits us in coming hours. I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, engage in a fruitful discussion, and forage a new collaboration that will further enrich our understanding and drive progress in our respective field. Today, as we stand to cusp a new era of knowledge and innovation, it is crucial to recognize the importance of our collaboration. The world's most pressing challenges cannot be solved in isolation, but require a collective effort of experts from all over the world working together towards a common goal. So let us seize this opportunity to foster a meaningful connection, share our expertise, and develop multidisciplinary approach that will shape our future of our world. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us also remember the profound responsibility that comes with our collective knowledge and expertise. It is our duty to ensure that the fruits of our labor are accessible and beneficial to all, transcending geographical boundaries and societal barriers. Let us strive to create a nurturing environment that promotes inclusivity, diversity, and equality, where the ideas can flourish and inspire positive change. I extend my warmest welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers whose remarkable contribution would shape our respective field and to continue to inspire the coming generations of nurses. Insight and wisdom will undoubtedly ignite our minds and spark transformative conversations as we stand in this international conference. To the delegates who have joined us around the globe, I offer my heartfelt appreciation for your commitment and dedication to advance your knowledge. Your presence here today is a testament to your passion of learning and your desire to make a difference. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to our sponsors and partners whose general support have made this event possible. Your belief in the power of collaboration and intellectual exchange is truly commendable, and we are immensely grateful for your contribution. With that, I declare this international conference officially inaugurated. May this gathering be marked as a fruitful discussion and meaningful connection and groundbreaking discoveries that will shape our futures of our world in a nursing field. Thank you, and I wish you all successful and enriching conference ahead. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Hardeep Kaur, Principal Professor, University College of Nursing, Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridpur, Punjab, India, to give the special address.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, esteemed guests, organizers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and my friends from the nursing profession, a very good morning to one and all. So, it's my privilege and honor to address you on the 6th International Conference that is on nursing, science, and healthcare, and which I am very much certain that it will help standardize the knowledge and practice in this very important area, which is based on the theme that is global health advancements. So, dear friends, I just want to say that nurses are always at the forefront of global health. They provide individualized care, but they also educate, innovate, advocate, and they just educate the communities for their health and well-being, whether it is in their international setting or in their own settings, in their local communities, in their localities, wherever they live, wherever they work. They just work for the health and well-being of the human beings. So if we think globally, we can say that nurses have the power to move the mountains. But in many instances, my dear friends, despite the significant contributions of the nurses across the globe, but still the nurses are treated as though like they are invisible. That means they don't get the recognition what they need at the different platforms. So they deserve to have a prominent voice. That means whenever the world leaders meet at the bigger platforms to develop the policies at national and international levels, or the international platforms or national platforms wherever the policies and different rules and regulations, laws related to the healthcare are formed, there is need for the nurses to raise their voice. To raise their voice towards the upliftment of nursing profession, for the upliftment of nursing education, so the quality health services can be provided to the community at large. So for this, they need different types of resources, I would say, like related to leadership, mentorships related to nursing education. So that means they need to advocate nurses to have a greater voice on the world stage for their contributions to mankind and healthcare. But here I want to add that in many countries, there are different, the nurses are getting poor working conditions. A staff ratio is very less. They are not well salaried. They are not provided the facilities which they need. And even according to their qualification, they are not getting those infrastructures where they have to work. So there are so many poor conditions where our nurses are working in the many countries. Of course, in the developed nations, these conditions are improved. So I would say that the nurses need to have some methodological approaches. They need to have some methodological approaches so that they can uplift their profession. They can just talk on bigger platforms. They should raise their voice related to what type of staff ratio they needed, what type of facilities, infrastructure where they're working, the safety and security facilities they need to have at their workplace. So I would say that the platforms on which I am just giving this special address, these type of platforms are very much needed. Like we are talking on international levels. We are talking to our nursing friends from different countries. So here we can just discuss about the different issues that we need to just improve in our countries, or we can say at the global level. So this is what that means. If we talk about these all issues, we can just face these challenges very nicely. So dear friends, I just want to say that let us come together. Now, this is a virtual conference. I just want to request to the organizers that in future we can have physical platform for this, so that we all nursing friends of at different levels of our healthcare system, we can come together, we can discuss in detail related to the policies which are needed for the healthcare development. And so I just want to congratulate all the organizers for organizing this wonderful event. And I'm very certain that who are the attendees, all the delegates, all the students who are participating, who are just attending this conference, they will surely get benefited from this conference. So thank you to the organizers and all the very best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the suggestion as well. I now kindly request the pillar of our association, Mr. Rudrabanu Sarpati, founder and CEO, Technorate Group, India, to deliver the welcome address.
Mankind must make heaven before we go to heaven, in this world as in any others. These golden words of the lady with lamp, Florence Nightingale, is still reverberating in my mind when we address this wonderful morning of 6th International Conference on Nursing and Healthcare. A very good morning to one and all, esteemed dignitaries, revered panel of elite speakers, experts, organizing committee members, most respected organizing secretaries, Dr. Seema Singh and Dr. Professor Sauli Sen, our beloved academic partner, Srimati Radhikabai Meghe Memorial College of Nursing, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing, Teerthanker Mahaveer University, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, delegates, students, faculties, presenters, educators, learneds and learners from nook and corner of the globe. I feel obliged to represent Society for Nursing Practice to address the community that has been focusing on service to mankind, a service to God thus encompassing thoughts of our civilization. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve shantu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashantu, ma kaschut bhavet. And serving to the globe as a leader in healthcare sector during COVID-19 pandemic. The initiation of International Conference of Nursing Sciences and Healthcare began in year 2016, November 1st to 3rd, when we had 3 days of international conference at Singapore. And from the day, we did not stop and started creating these type of forums in different locations of Asia, globe, and different developing and developed universities and colleges of India as well, so that we could be able to create platform for knowledge sharing and community management. Society for Nursing Practices has been focusing on continuous nursing education and quality learning beyond classrooms. And we operate with 6 fundamental frameworks. The first, research, database, information, and content. We ensure the quality content, informations, and research data of globe to be available to every deserving nursing researchers. The second framework, networking, accessibility, and reachability in community among learneds and learners. We have been focusing to provide a common platform, an easy route to connect each other through our communities, so that should be a peer interactions between among experts, learners, and learneds. Third, finding the problem statements and innovation. It's the right time to look at the market and understand the real problem statement and find a proposal that could initiate and ignite innovations. Engagement, responsibility, and resource utilization, the fourth fundamental structure of the organization. When we talk of enormous potential among nursing researchers and world-class experts of India, and we look at the scopes and utilizations, we feel there still remains a gap which needs to be addressed. The fifth fundamental concept is technology in community management. Today, we all use digital technologies, online sources to reach, access, and connect each other. And there are several sectors that needs to be addressed through the solutions of technology. The sixth and the last is socio-academic responsibility. Every academic organizations, societies, communities, associations do have a common definition of socio-academic responsibility to bring transformation in higher education system of the globe. If we focus in 4 directions of operations of Society for Nursing Practices today, we do focus on nursing education. The second is nursing practices. Third is developing quality of nursing services. And fourth is social, economical, and intellectual development in nurses in developing and developed states of India, and developing and developed countries of globe. Nursing education today is not only intellectual, rather requires a community of quality-based skilled nursing professionals to address the collective needs of these challenging scenarios of societies. This could be achieved if we have a paradigm shift from idealism to pragmatism through evidence-based nursing education. When we speak about evidence-based nursing education, quality of nursing education has been our priority, and we facilitate learning beyond classroom through our continuous nursing education programs. If we talk of few important aspects that has to be addressed for nursing community, alignment of nursing practices with theory. This is the most important aspect every responsible organization's community should address. It's high time to align the theories, the existing education systems with proper clinical practices. There has been a broad change in curriculum. So organizations and associations have to step forward in revising the curriculum according to the abrupt change in changing diagnosis treatments in healthcare sectors. Technology advancement and digital health. My dear friends, we have strongly felt how technology is changing the healthcare infrastructure today. And we had to train our nurses through the programs and education events so that they adopt to the infrastructure, to the changing technology that makes them more efficient towards work. Research in broader scope. Every research today is expanding the horizon, is expanding the limit. It's high time to educate nurses towards interdisciplinary courses so that they become more efficient towards doing research in broader scope beyond clinics. Enhanced faculty development programs. Our team is continuously rendering faculty development programs and skill development activities to develop the capacity of our teachers. So there are several series of faculty development programs going on, and this has to be addressed as well. Changing standards and protocols by regulatory bodies. We had to educate nurses regarding the abrupt changes happening by the regulatory bodies regarding the protocols. So there are a lot of things we do through these all activities. We are working towards developing the nursing colleges, developing the scopes of the institutions, universities working in nursing sciences so that a globalization could be achieved. We are connecting universities. These conferences are jointly organized by universities, and we do jointly organize this type of activities so that universities come forward and collaborate with each other so that we provide opportunities and scope for the higher research. As an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary organization, we have been focusing on building scopes and opportunity to increase the higher research outcomes in different disciplines. I wish this 2 days of virtual conference will be a fruitful event and will be a memorable days to address. And as said by our organizing secretary, we will look forward to meet in person and physically. I wish everyone all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Shri Sen, Principal, Teerthanker Parshvnath College of Nursing, Teerthanker Mahaveer University, Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, to give the inaugural address.
A very warm good morning to one and all present over here, respected eminent guests, keynote speakers, distinguished resource persons, my dear delegates, organizers, and sponsors. Today, the international conference on the theme Nurses Together for Global Health Advancement. A quotation goes like this: service with compassion. A world without nurses is almost impossible to imagine. Nurses work for various settings, including wellness clinics, hospitals, schools, religious places, and business places. They work with people throughout their lifespan. Nurses are often directly in charge of a patient's day-to-day health. They occupy a special position as the interface between the health system and the community. They make a major contribution by addressing various health services and issues. So nurses are involved in every aspect of health services around the world, and for that, they deserve an immense appreciation. With these few words, this particular international conference is going to boost up the evidence-based practices through the research and advancement so that the nurses can develop themselves with holistic approach to give a standard and quality care to the patient in terms of prevention, promotion, specific protection, early detection, treatment, as well as rehabilitation of the health. With these few words, I would like to express once again a very good luck for all the participants, presenters, and the organizers to have an immense success in this particular international conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the keynote speakers for today. And before that, I very humbly request to just make sure that your mic is on mute, so that it would be that it will be convenient for all the participants. Thank you so much. I welcome Dr. Hardeep Kaur, Principal. Okay, please mute your mics. Okay, I welcome Dr. Hardeep Kaur, Principal cum Professor, University College of Nursing, Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot, Punjab, India. She did her PhD from Punjabi University 2014 and has a total professional experience of 22 years. Presently, she is the State President of NTAI Punjab, State Vice President of SOMI Punjab, Editor of Baba Farid Nursing Journal, BFUHS Faridkot, member of the editorial board of BFUHS newsletter Faridkot, advisory board member for Universe Journal of Nursing Research, UIJNR, National Editorial Board member of Journal of Global Public Health, member of panel for evaluation of PhD thesis, CON PGIMS Rohtak, member of Board of Nursing Studies, Chandigarh University. She is approved PhD guide in Faculty of Nursing Sciences at Baba Farid University of Health Sciences, Faridkot, and the coordinator of PhD Nursing Viva Voce examination at BFUHS and external examiner for various health universities of India. She has bagged Young Scientist Award conferred by the Scientific Research Promotion Consortium, Young Scientist Award in poster presentation at International Conference on Clinical Research 2017 at UCER BFUHS Faridkot, and the first prize in poster presentation at National Conference 2017 at UIPSR Faridkot, and first prize in paper presentation at 10th World Congress at International Society of Men's Health 2016. And she has the letter of appreciation by the Joint Director, University Center of Excellence, BFUHS, and Registrar BFUHS Faridkot. She has participated in a number of research projects, written 2 books, and contributed to chapters. Organized a number of workshops and conferences at the national and international level. She has presented and published more than 50 research papers at various platforms. Ma'am, I welcome you for your keynote lecture.
Thank you very much for such a elaborative welcome. So let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see a screen.
Okay. So slideshow is on now.
Yes, ma'am. We can see the slideshow.
So thank you again to the organizers and of course the delegates who are going to just listen this topic. The topic which is given to me is vision of future healthcare. So what should be the future healthcare globally? So that is the agenda, or we can say the key area of talk in this topic. So we all know that we have just gone through the pandemic of COVID-19. So we have seen that the healthcare is so much deteriorated with this COVID-19, but being the health professionals and nurses, doctors, paramedical staff, they have all come forward and they had done lot to just work for the people of the world. So just when we have seen that this COVID-19 pandemic has occurred, so many mortalities were there. Burden on the healthcare was too much. So that has just streamlined many things. That means we know that there was emergence of technologies. We were not able to reach to the other care health professionals, or we are not able to reach towards the education, towards just to have the more knowledge related to COVID-19. So we have used the technology. This digitalization has come with this COVID-19 pandemic. It was already there, but during this pandemic, we have just talked to each other through telemedicine, through telehealth. We had very virtual webinars. We learned very much about COVID-19 because this was a new viral disease, and we came to know that how to deal with this COVID-19. What are the different treatment modalities? What are the preventive modalities? What has to be done at different levels of healthcare? So that means whatever there is in the present, that determines the future of healthcare. What is occurring today or occurred in the past, that means that gives stream to the future healthcare. What should be the base of healthcare in the future? Okay. So starting with, just I'm moving the slides. Okay. So just simple, if we say what is healthcare? So healthcare is nothing. When we say it's the improvement of health of the people. Improvement of the health of the people in terms of what? When we say the improvement of the health of the people, so there's some issue related to the slide move.
Yes, ma'am. We are at the introduction healthcare slide only still.
Okay, but here I have just done with the second slide. Let me see.
Yes, ma'am. It's moved.
Now, okay,
yeah.
So we have just talked about the healthcare. That means
Ma'am, we came back to the, sorry to interrupt you. We came back to the introduction slide, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we have talked about the improvement in terms of what? In terms of prevention, diagnosis, treatment, amelioration, or cure. When we see all these strategies, these are, we can say, preventive, diagnostic, therapeutic, or related to the cure strategies. That means related to what? That means just to cure the diseases, cure different types of illnesses. If any type of injury occurs, how that has to be treated, how that has to be diagnosed or prevented. Okay? That means, again, the important part of improvement needed is that physical and mental impairment of the people. So if we say the healthcare is needed, that means there is need to have these all strategies so that we can just combat these diseases. We can treat the illnesses, we can just have the injury, we have rehabilitation services. And if there is impairment related to physical, mental, that means what are the different types of services which has to be provided to the patients, or the counseling services which has to be provided to the mentally ill patients. So that means that those all is needed when we say that is under the healthcare system. So if we talk about the future healthcare, in the starting only, I have just given the example of COVID-19. That means when we say that the present scenario determines the future healthcare. So we'll just talk about the present situations, and then we'll just see what should be the future healthcare of the different countries, or globally, we can talk on that. So if we talk about the global population at present, and it has been seen that the statistics which have shown us that on the 15th of November 2022, the global population has crossed 8 billion. Although the progress of increase in the population is slow, but still we have reached 8 billion globally. And this 8 billion population, which is important to know for all of us, is that 95% of this 8 billion lives, they are in the developing nations. When we say in the developing nations, that means we know the poor health services or the poor conditions of some of the developing nations is there. So 95% of these 8 billion lives, they are in the developing nations. That means they leads to overpopulation. When there is overpopulation, that means that have impact on other social, environmental factors, and this overpopulation will include malnutrition, pollution, congested living conditions, and of course, a lack of healthcare facilities. So that means this all increases a community which is having the risk of infectious diseases. So that means in the present, the overpopulation in the developing nation, and everybody knows that India has surpassed China and is going to surpass China in August in population. That means India will be the most populous country in the world. So that means these type of problems will be there in the overpopulated countries. And that means, of course, there is need to have more manpower. There need to have more resources, more health facilities, more tertiary care hospitals. So that means so that the risk of these communities, health risk can be taken care of. The next important presence, which area I want to discuss is baby boomers, that is transforming every market. If we say that baby boomers, these are the people who are in the age group of 58 to 77 years. And if we say that means these baby boomers, they deal with the challenges of aging. So that is more of the aging population is there in the many countries. And so that means they need to have regular checkups. Why? Because we know that this is the age when there is a risk factor for several chronic conditions that includes diabetes, cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's diseases, and many more. So that means they need to have regular health checkups. They need to have access to health facilities, which should be nearby to their area, their home, because they won't be able to move to those areas if that is far away. So that means according to their need, again, the future healthcare system depends. So that means these baby boomers, or we can say that aging population, which is there in the various countries, their health, their quality of life need to be taken care of by the governments or the health state governments or the health infrastructure of those areas. Now, next paradigm I just want to discuss is shift from a disease-centric to prevention-centric medical model. We know that in the previous scenarios, the medical or the medicine which was depending on that disease-centric approach. That means disease was the center of that particular treatment. Only one disease was taken care of, like the person is with diabetes, he will be given the treatment related to the diabetes, whether that is oral or injectables, and the other things, other problems like heart disease related to that, obesity is there, or any other metabolic diseases to the patient, so that those things are not taken care of. But now this disease-centric model has been just changed to prevention-centric medical model, or we can say that medical-centered care. So this patient-centered care or prevention-centered model, that is a biomedical model. And this means these approaches are appropriate when the individuals have more than one disease. Like in the disease centering, then the patient is having a single predominant disease, and everyone with the disease desires the same outcome, like they need to have prolonged survival or stroke prevention. So the patient is defined by their disease in the disease-centric care. But in the patient-centered care, the approach is different. Like the patients are treated as individuals. They relies on strong clinician-patient relationship built on trust, shared decision-making. And again, this gives the patient and healthcare providers a voice in treatment decisions. So that means whenever the treatment modalities, diagnostic modalities are told to them, that means they takes a decision that this treatment is needed for me, or I agree with this treatment. So that means they are involved in the decision making. So this biomedical approach to problems and the symptoms elicited from patients are compiled, and based on these symptoms, a differential of possible diseases or illnesses is constructed. So that means if the person has a symptoms of diabetes, the person is also taken care of her heart disease or some other metabolic disease. If the person is obese, not taking diet properly, what is the lifestyle of the patient? So there are so many problems, so many aspects which has to be dealt with the patients who are having metabolic disease like diabetes. So this care concept is related to the patient center, and again in this respect and dignity of the patient as well as the healthcare professionals, information sharing is the important concept under this. Participation by the patient and collaboration between the hospital infrastructure, or we can say that between the doctor, healthcare professionals and patient is utmost important. So again, this important aspect is the base for the future healthcare. And we know that in the present scenario also, this patient-centered care model is used. Now, again, coming to the very sensitive topic, that is increased geopolitical risks. That means when we say geopolitical risk, that means this geopolitics which focuses on political power linked to geographical space and is usually just another way of saying international political relations. So this geopolitical risk, we know that there is the factors which are between the countries and regions. I just want to give few examples, like in Russia-Ukraine conflict, we all are very aware that war is there. Strenuous relationship among the countries across the globe. There are some internet restrictions in some of the areas and competing interests which is across the countries. So who are the sufferers? Who are the sufferers? The common people are the sufferers. So according to these scenarios, like wherever there are some restraints, there are some restrictions, there are some conflicts. So these risks increased the burden on the healthcare system. And we know that Russia-Ukraine conflict, in this war, so many of the people, they have suffered. They left alone. They left disabled. They are not able to migrate to other areas. Okay, so that means accessibility of the health services to those people is very much needed. So again, to provide mobile services at their homes, to rehabilitate those people, whether that rehabilitation is related to physical, mental, social, economical. So that is very much important, and that determines our healthcare system. Again, this is not moving.
Yes, ma'am. We are at the slide increased geopolitical risk.
Should I just slideshow? Should I stop the slideshow? Then I think it will be easy.
Yes, ma'am.
I think these slides are heavy due to these pictures, so that's why it's not moving.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
can be the reason.
Yeah, we can try that too, ma'am.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so I'll do like this. Okay, I think that this is visible to all.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. So another health issues related to natural disasters. So natural disasters, we all know that we have not forgot
Kishori
tsunami.
Baba.
That was in the Indian Ocean. And there was a big 9.15 magnitude of earthquake. And that does a big disaster in that area. Then Hyati in 2010 earthquake, again with a magnitude of 7.0. So there are so many cyclones, quakes, tornadoes, landslides, mudslides, wildlife fires are there. Those type of natural calamities, they again challenge the healthcare system. So there is need to have emergency services to those areas wherever these natural calamities occurs, and that again puts a big burden on the healthcare system. Then after talking about these basics of these present situations, I'll just discuss about on this basis how we have to just frame, or not we have, we can say the persons who are involved, administrators at the higher level, political involvement, they all need to just focus on few of these areas. Like they need to have healthcare convergence, there is need to have emergence of biotechnology. Then health enhancement is there, that can be through the gene therapy. Kindly mute your mics. Someone is speaking. So it can be through the gene therapy. I'll just discuss in detail about these biotechnology and predictive healthcare services, which are in the present and need to be continuous in the future too. So we all know about the telemedicine and telehealth home care. So when we say telemedicine, that means distribution of health-related services information via electronic information, telecommunication technologies, and if we know that it just allow long-distance patient and clinician contact care, advice, reminders, education, intervention, and remote admission. So many things are done through this telehealth and telemedicine. So under this, medical imaging, video consultations, remote medical diagnosis and evaluations, teletreatment, and medication management, that is done under the telemedicine. And if we talk about the telehealth home care, that means I have talked about the baby boomers. I have talked about the emergency conditions where the persons cannot go to the healthcare facility. So there is need to have telehealth, telemedicine. Teleconsultations can be given and are given to the persons who are sitting at their home, so that they can manage their health while they are sitting at their home. So that means that is a big boom for the healthcare system. That means at a very far distance, they are providing the services to the poor and needed. And the next important co-evolution which is there, and it will flourish in the future too, that is robots and humans. We all know that these robots are of main component of healthcare nowadays, in not in at the basic level, but in the very tertiary care hospitals or metropolitan in the metropolitan cities, these surgeries are occurring. So we can say that there are different types of robots which are available. Those are surgical robots, modular robots, and there are some autonomous mobile robots, which are very helpful just to combat the to just have a shortage of human power, shortage of manpower, healthcare professionals in the area. The robots are doing a lot in those areas. So they are designed to enhance existing surgical treatments, like there are some minimally invasive surgeries are done by the robots, orthopedic surgeries are done by the robots, and even some of bariatric surgeries, knee and hip replacement procedures, they are among the surgeries which are done by the robots. So that means these robots can be tele-robots too. That means from the distance also, they provide the consultations, they provide the data related to the healthcare or the data related to the individual human being to the health professionals. So they are very helpful when we say that. That means this is the when we say that is in the modern, under the modern technology. So there's lots of improvements in the biotechnology related to health, and this is broadband visualization. So that means again there is need to have broadband visualization in the healthcare system, and which helps the doctors and patients better understand their health data, and this help them to make the better decisions about their care. So this healthcare visualization can be through the charts, graphs, maps, and this visualization is to care just used by the different health professionals who are related to the health of that particular area, so that they can just go through that visualization and they can just analyze the records, they can analyze the data, then through this visualization, and then they can explore the more of the medical treatment modalities which has to be given to those patients. So that means this data, which is again very much needed for the medical image and the diagnosis and treatment. So again, for the nurses, this data visualization is very important. Like, they easily analyze studies, make use of their knowledge by making patient care data simpler. So again, that is to determine typical healing times. Healthcare practitioners can examine the data of other patients who experience the same symptoms. So that means whenever these type of studies, these type of research evidences are available on the net, then that means the people can make use of that, and they can just implement those evidence-based strategies in their particular areas. The next important concept which is coming under the healthcare system is nanobiotechnology. So that means it is the when we talk about the nanobiotechnology, it is nothing but it is understanding and control of matter. Nano meaning 1 billionth, and new technologies that allow people to manipulate materials at the level of atoms and molecules. And again, it applies the tools and processes to build devices for studying and manipulating the biosystems. And there are various applications of nanobiotechnology, and you can just go through their number of areas which are served by the nanobiotechnologies, that is drug delivery, gene therapy, food safety, various therapeutic areas in the various treatment modalities it is used, and the diagnosis also. The nanodiagnostics are used for the diagnosis of the diseases and some of the tissue engineering. And in these all areas, the biotechnology, nanobiotechnology is working. Then coming to the human enhancement, that means it is again through the genome. That means there is genetic enhancement. The people are so much aware that they need to have a healthy lifestyle. They need to have longevity of their life. That means their life should be lengthy, but should be healthy. So that means they are going for the genetic enhancement. Through this genetic enhancement, there is transfer of genetic material, which is intended to modify non-pathological human traits. That means if there is history of some disease in the running in the families, genetic makeup of the person is like that particular genetic disease is running. So that means they can go for genetic enhancement. There can be the manipulation of those human traits which are going to rise to that particular pathology, or we can say particular pathological condition or disease. And so there are two, the other is non-genetic enhancement. That means to make someone not just well, but better than well by optimizing attributes or capabilities. So that type of enhancement is done under the genomic market. And here the example, like ex vivo gene editing is done, then it is injected inside the human being, and that is called in vivo gene editing, and the manipulation or the genetic makeup can be changed through this genomic market. So this advancement is very much utilized by the I would say that the rich people or the person who are in the modelings, who are the actors. So that means they are just making themselves more healthy and who are aware of this genomic market. And the very important aspect which nowadays is self-enhancement, like the people or the persons who are residing in the various countries, they are now aware that they need to be healthy. So that means it's their self decision that if they want to have a good quality of life, they have to have good lifestyle. They have to not to be they have to go for the exercise. They have to take healthy diets. They should take proper rest and sleep, and that means they are just improving their lifestyle. So that is again with the access to knowledge through digitalization, like we can if we know that we are there is some disease, like for example, if I say obesity in my family, so I know that I have full chances to have obesity. So how to combat those type of problems? So I can just go through the different studies which are there on the internet, so that I can just go through that what are the different lifestyle modifications I need to have, so that I should not go in any of the metabolic diseases. I should not have diabetes. I should not have some other metabolic disorders or heart disease. So that means self-enhancement is another parameter which is needed to be the part of healthcare system, education to the people, making aware the other persons so that they can just make themselves healthy, and even the generations who are coming, that means that kids, they should given so much information awareness to them that they should not be sedentary, they should participate in different activities. So this type of enhancement is very much important. So I just want to conclude. I must say that if we talk about the future of healthcare, one has to just go through these five, think about these five key areas, like reimagine value-based care. If I talk about value-based care, that means it's the approach to working with complex and conflicting values in the healthcare. That means working with the values such as ethics, which is focusing on the individual values. So a partner to evidence practice in supporting clinical judgment in individual care. So that means there's need to have trustworthy relationship. One should not go ethically wrong when professional. So that means this value-based care should be the part of the healthcare. Again, prepare to be constantly disruptive. So when we say constantly disruptive means that whenever there is some disruptions comes, whether some of the new emergence of disease has come, new calamity has come, so that means every emergency service has to be ready in the healthcare system. Then embrace virtual healthcare. That is very much important. Like without biotechnology, without digitalization, we cannot think about present and future healthcare system. So whatever the new technology comes, just taking care of their pros and cons, that has to be part of the healthcare system. Then manage mergers effectively. That means whatever the new system comes, those has to manage effectively. Then maximize the value of ecosystem. That is very much important. Nature takes its revenge. If we takes its revenge, we know that if we are manipulating the nature, we know that we are facing the problem related to the ecosystem. So whenever the healthcare system we are talking about, that should value the ecosystem too, the environment, surroundings, taking care of the biomedical waste management, and other parameters which are related to the ecosystem has to be taken care by the healthcare system. So this I want to discuss is value-based care gains momentum. And this model, which is the better outcomes and care quality to patient cost effectively, this is according to the report, US value-based care for medical technology growth opportunities by Frost and Sullivan. They have given this value-based care gains momentum, this said that a shift towards value-based care was also highlighted. And this means the healthcare providers are paid based on the patient outcomes rather than the volume of services they provide. That means they need to be paid according to the patient outcomes. So I think this type of value-based models or this type of models should be implemented whenever one need to think about the approaches of healthcare. And if I conclude, I must say that future progress depends on today's investment in research, development, and education. So we cannot leave such urgent issues to determine themselves, but rather must collaborate to ensure a stable healthcare system. And we know that technology is moving forward so rapidly, and the rest of the world may not be able to catch up. So here is a big question. Will people still have fast access to innovative medical technologies in the future? So that means whenever we have these medical technologies which I have talked about, without which we cannot move in our healthcare system, whether there is access of these technologies in the remote areas to the people who are very poor, who don't have access to these type of technologies. So that means whenever the healthcare system has to be framed or has to be modified or has to be changed with the passage of time, that means the higher authorities or administrators, they should always think about the people who are at the base level, who are very poor. So that means there should be the universal access to the health facilities to each and every person, irrespective of their caste, irrespective of their color, creed, age. So that means with this quotation, I want to conclude. So again, I think slides are not.
Yeah, I think the
moving.
slide has got
There's a
stuck now.
problem with this.
I think if it's full screen, there's some issue probably.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
So it's not going again. I have to wait. So with these things, I just want to say that with the universal health coverage is an important part as compared to the technology improvement. So that should be the utmost important for the healthcare providers, for the healthcare policymakers. So with this, I want to say thanks to everyone for keen listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very informative lecture. I now welcome our next keynote speaker, Mrs. Marceline Bellecia. She is a highly dynamic, engaging, understanding, and knowledgeable professional leader with about 20 years of experience in training, strategic management, and operations. She has conducted research on documentation and improved it in the hospital as a whole. In 1998, she has also enhanced staff welfare by representing them in the Welfare Committee as a treasurer. She proudly represents the staff at the KHA Staff Provident Fund Committee as a trustee and also participated in review of new staff orientation package and standard procedures, and in the student and staff mentorship, and improve their performance with the majority of students scoring distinction and many qualified nurses getting promoted. I just request everybody who has your mic unmuted, please mute yourself. It's causing a lot of disturbance. So please mute yourself. Okay. As ma'am has also mentored 2 nurses to charge nurse position and 1 to the manager's position. She has also supported 1 mission-based hospital, set up quality programs in the hospital for application. Ma'am, I welcome you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Marceline, as you have been told. I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be here today with you. I was requested to talk about the emerging global health concerns and what the nurses can do about it. And what I must say is that the world is facing many health challenges that need to be handled before they can get out of hand. And the major concern we are having at this time globally is the issue of climate change, which is making all countries not attain the 17 sustainable
Ma'am, I'm unable to hear you.
Sorry. Hello?
Yes, hi ma'am. Yes.
Sorry, some network challenges. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you and see you. Yes.
Okay, so I'll continue. I was talking about the global health concerns. And I had mentioned that one of the major concerns we are having at the moment is about climate change. In the year 2015, the UN had an agenda for development, which was for us to attain development. We had 17 sustainable development goals that were set at that time, which were to be attained in 2013. But climate change has really caused a lot of challenges. When we look at the 17, I'll only mention a few. When we talk about having no hunger and no poverty, quality health, but we find that the climate change is coming with very many other challenges, including pollution. And with pollution, our environment becomes unhealthy for us. And the issue of poverty, you find that with the floods that come with this climate change, people are not able to do very well in agriculture. So you find that we have no food, so we cannot actually manage the issue of no poverty and no hunger. And the second challenge has been the issue of the emerging new diseases. From 2019, 2021, you remember we experienced the issue of COVID-19, which caused a lot of strain on the healthcare system. And this actually had to make many institutions switch on the way they practice. And this has brought a lot of concerns in the healthcare. We also have an increase in the chronic diseases like hypertension, diabetes, coronary artery diseases, which are also causing a challenge because then we have to do a lot of education, a lot of support, and it is causing a lot of strain on even financial status of families. And therefore, it is becoming a global concern. The fourth concern has been about inequality, and this inequality comes about in education, where we do not have institutions distributed around to be able to give the nurses the knowledge they require to manage our patients. Then also our healthcare facilities are not equally distributed. We have some regions which lack quality healthcare facilities to manage their patients. Especially in Kenya, you'll find like the rural areas, patients are really struggling. They have to come to the urban centers for things like MRI, CT scan. But since devolution occurred in Kenya, we have had these things distributed in the communities back home. And at least some services are near the people, so people are able to take care of their health issues. Of course, there is also gender distribution opportunities. You find that some opportunities will favor the male, some opportunities will favor the adults and leave out the youth. So this is really a health concern, a global health concern, because then all the health care workers are not included in decision making. Therefore, the decisions that are taken in policy making may impact on the healthcare care delivery. Of course, we also have lack of employment opportunities, which are resulting in poverty, reduced well-being, poor nutrition, because people lack even funds to buy quality food. Other issues that have emerged is corruption, and corruption is even occurring in the healthcare facilities. The funds that are supposed to be utilized for healthcare systems, some of them are embezzled, some are mismanaged, leaving patients and healthcare workers actually suffering because of that. So how would the nurses respond to these concerns? My colleague talked about education when he was talking earlier. And actually, as the saying goes, education is power. Nurses need to empower themselves so that they have knowledge and skills to deal with emerging conditions and also other crises that are also coming with the climate change. And this knowledge, as my colleague said earlier, should actually be evidence-based practice. And the education should also be quality, because if it is not quality education, then it is also going to impact on our care of patients. And the nurses also need to participate in networking activities, like right now in this conference. Nurses should be able to attend such conferences because a lot of ideas will come, which they can actually share with their colleagues, and that can improve the healthcare systems. Of course, there is continuous medical education, which should be encouraged in all the institutions that are taking care of patients. This continuous medical education helps nurses acquire the knowledge and the skills that are required to enhance their practice and improve patient outcomes. Frequent attendance of skills lab. I think I want to emphasize on the issue of skills, because you may have the knowledge, but without the skills, and this includes even the soft skills that patients require, you know, like in nursing, a nurse who cannot smile to a patient, then she's not able to give the best to that patient, because a smile can actually be medicine to a patient. And we need also to encourage the issue of clinical instructors in the clinical areas to support the nurses. These clinical instructors will help sharpen their practice. They will also be of great value to the profession, growth of the nurses. And then we need to encourage the nurses to advocate for campaigns that advocate for gender equality in decision making, especially on matters pertaining to health. And of course, financial equality, so that all the medical staff and all the nurses are able to get the education that is required for their practice in the clinical area. Of course, this cannot be done alone because it's a global issue. Then we must have governments that can say no to corruption and demand for environmental conservation to reduce pollution and other impacts like poverty reduction, illiteracy reduction, so that everyone around is empowered to practice what they can do best for the patients. The nurses should also support stakeholders by putting up emergency and disaster management plans that are sustainable in prevention of future eventualities, like what happened during COVID-19, so that we don't experience the same confusion. There was a lot of mix-up when COVID struck. So as nurses, we should start early enough to put strong emergency and disaster management plans in place, so that in case we have such a pandemic, then we are not in confusion, we are able to move on without any disruption. The nurses should also be able to advocate for patient education. As we realize, the chronic illnesses are getting more and more every day. So patient education is very key, and patient education will include ensuring that the patient understands their chronic illness, understanding the medicine that they are supposed to take, understanding their nutrition, understanding how they can cope with these illnesses, because mental diseases can come in because of these chronic illnesses. So they need to find ways of supporting these patients to be able to live with their illnesses without stressing themselves. Of course, we need to empower the community also by putting up preventive measures, because prevention is better than cure. And this should be done at the grassroots to help controlling the communicable diseases. And these initiatives include simple things like hand hygiene, nutrition, clean water, and use of mosquitoes to prevent things like malaria. Do encourage communities to do environmental cleanups so that the environment remains clean. And the community healthcare nurses should be able to take up these initiatives. The community should also be taught of the importance of taking medicine as advised by the doctor. You'll find some patients who have chronic illnesses have been commenced on treatment, and sometimes they become non-compliant. So we have to educate them to ensure that they comply to their treatment so that their ailment is able to be controlled. Then they should also be advised on to avoid on-the-counter medication, and especially the antibiotics and antimalarials, because this resistance is a very challenging issue when people are not able to take their medicine. Especially the on-counter medicine, they might take either the wrong treatment, which does not help them. They have to do repeated treatment, which is not healthy for them, and it can cause actually resistance, and we might end up not having any drugs to treat those ailments in future. So the nurses need to take this very seriously. The nurses should also carry out preventive measures of vaccinations. They can do campaigns to ensure that the community is fully immunized, and especially of children and the elderly, and they should advise the community that they are immunizing, that these vaccinations are very important for the immunity, and it can reduce exposure to illness. In conclusion, despite all these emerging health concerns, the nurses have a great role to play in ensuring that there is improved health for all. There is equality in education, there is equality in healthcare services, and they should go beyond borders to unite all other disciplines to build a great partnership to ensure that there is sustainability in all the initiatives that are taken. Therefore, the nurse should play a role of strategic leadership and give direction to the rest of the medical colleagues. And this will ensure that there is inequality in health will be sustainable, and public health systems and security plus stakeholder involvement are maintained. Health promotion and education should enable the people increase control over their health wellness. And thank you very much for listening to me. I hope to participate in the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was wonderful to have your participation and your lecture. Thank you so much. We hope to again collaborate with you in the future. Before the next keynote speaker, I would request everyone to kindly turn on your videos so that we can have a group picture. Really quick, can you all please turn on your video so that we can have the group picture? Okay, wonderful. Just a few more. Quick. Can everyone turn on your videos, please? Okay, wonderful. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. Okay. So on the count of three, okay. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Madam, I couldn't turn on my video.
Okay.
Shanti Subramanian
Yeah.
from
Yes, 1 second, ma'am. Okay, just 1 second, ma'am. We'll just fix it real quick. Sorry. Yeah. Can you turn on your video now, ma'am? Shan, yeah, okay. Now I can
Yes.
see, ma'am. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, on that note, we can welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Carol Gert-Mayes, PhD, RN, NPD, BC, CNOR. She is a nurse scientist and clinical educator, Institutional Review Board Coordinator at Rutland Regional Medical Center, Vermont, USA. She is a nurse by profession with various and diverse work experience in the healthcare arena, in the government and private sectors in the United States of America and abroad. Her passion to education led her acquisition of several postgraduate degrees. With her longing to her lifelong continuous development, she joined several trainings and seminars in the country and abroad. She is equipped with clinical, managerial, and administrative knowledge, skills, and attitude. She has the Institutional Review Board Coordinator at Rutland Regional Medicinal Center, USA. Ma'am, I welcome you for your keynote.
All right, well, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you okay.
All right, so I will share my screen. Okay. And I just want to thank everybody for having me speak to you today. It's a great honor. And I have the opportunity to talk to you about the effect that research can have on the global health of the world. And so I entitled this presentation, The Ripple Effect of Nursing Research, Local to Global. With that being said, I just want to let everybody know I don't have any conflicts of interest. And like she said, when I was introduced, I'm coming to you from the United States in Vermont. And by the end of our discussion here, I'm hoping that you will be able to discuss the impact of nursing research as it goes from the local to the global levels, and how sometimes we don't realize how much of an impact what we do has. So we're going to review briefly the nursing's relationship with research, go through some of the how many nurses actually have the skills and knowledge to do research, talk about nursing research priorities, and then go through a case study. So as we all know, in order to understand where we are and where we want to go in the future, in particular with research and anything that we do, we always look to the past. And as during the introductory comments of this great session, it was noted that Florence Nightingale came up once again, and here she is once again. Florence Nightingale, the first nurse that was considered of modern nursing. She definitely had an impact on us. And she did, in my opinion, have an impact on nursing research. While Florence Nightingale did not have a doctorate degree, she wasn't educated on the research process. What she did do during the late 1800s was she used data to inform nursing practice. She used the information that she learned about the effects of clean air, open spaces, and hygiene to help influence her campaign to reform hospitals. And that was in the late 1800s. And with that being said, she's using this data, which is the foundational practice of research, is translating that data into actual practice. So she seems to be even the forerunner, in my opinion, to evidence-based practice. And we all know if we don't have evidence-based practice, then we do research and it's not implemented. So that's what she was doing. She was actually acting on research information. And we also know that once we start implementing or adding to our practices that information that we gain through research, it starts stimulating more questions. And so more research occurs and we continue to move on that way and progress our profession forward. So she seems to be at the forefront once again. In the late 1800s and through the 1900s, Virginia Henderson was another very well-known nurse theorist that came about. So we've got this nice timeline where these very well-known nurses are using research or creating research. Virginia Henderson developed the need theory in nursing, and that she developed herself because she identified need and she determined that patients should have the right to make self-determination, make their own decisions, which is important. And we all recognize that these days, in order for us to get buy-in, for patients to improve their own health, or to actually follow the instructions that we give them, they need to be able to make those own decisions. So she developed that theory then. As we move on through the timeline, then Sister Jean Ward, who actually, as far as I can tell, is still alive at most likely the age of 103, possibly going on to 104. She was actually the founder. She started phototherapy for neonates with jaundice. What she discovered on her own when she was taking care of these neonates was when she took them outside, the sun decreased their jaundice. So she became the founder for phototherapy. Again, she started locally, these little children, she saw the effects, and now worldwide, phototherapy is a normal treatment. Elaine Larson is a current active nurse researcher from Columbia University, and she's very active in infection prevention. And we all know everybody across the globe is working on preventing infections. So she's a very well-known speaker and author on all of this, and works at Columbia, which actually has a section in their university that focuses on global research. And I had to throw in my PhD study partner, Barbara Weaver, so an even more current nurse researcher who is coming up through the ranks. She's been studying neonates again and the effects of different treatments with oxygen levels. So you can see nursing has its place with research and the effects on patient outcomes. With that being said, we know research is being done by nurses, so we've got that. But how many nurse researchers are there?
Net connection was low. Today and tomorrow on conference.
What we do know is that globally there are over 29 million nurses estimated. I couldn't find any statistics in the literature that actually talked about the global number of PhD nurses, but what I did find in the literature was that in the US, with there being 3.9 million nurses, of that 3.9 million, less than 1%, approximately 0.6% of these nurses have a PhD, which comes out to around 23,000 PhD prepared nurses in the US. If we take those numbers and apply that percentage to the global nursing population, then that brings us to approximately 174,000 PhD prepared nurses, which is great. That's a great number. So that means we can be very prolific. We can really study the patients and develop interventions based on that to improve our patients and the population's health. But we all know that not everybody who earns a PhD actually continues doing research. So those numbers are likely lower than that. But still, we've got a good number where we can influence the outcomes from all levels. And also, which is good to see, is there are increased numbers of PhD graduates, even though the numbers aren't increasing exponentially, they are still increasing, so that's good. And there are increased numbers of PhD programs. The other thing that we need to be aware of is that historically, establishment of PhD programs around the world have gradually been coming around, just like with the timeline with the nurse researchers. Then you also have the establishment of those programs. You can see here from the literature, the United States, as far as I could tell, that was the earliest one that I could find that had established a nursing PhD program. And then you can see other countries across the world started establishing PhD programs for nursing. And one of the most recent countries that established a PhD program was China in 2003, I should say. So you can see everything is slowly progressing. It's not fast, but that's normal with healthcare. With that being said, we've got some work to do. Now, research priorities. The research priorities are out there, and it's based on different organizations. We have the National Institute of Nursing Research. We have Sigma Theta Tau, which many of us belong to, that honor society of nurses that really focuses on research. We've got the World Health Organization. All of them have identified different research priorities, and specifically nursing research priorities. What's interesting is that in 2011, the Institute of Medicine, with a document entitled The Future of Nursing, Leading Change, Advancing Health, they actually said, the Institute of Medicine did, that nurses could play a very important role in reforming and redesigning health systems that need improving the levels of knowledge and attitudes. So the Institute of Medicine actually recognized the benefits of nurses having that PhD preparation and participating in research. Also, the National Institute of Nursing Research, they say, and these other organizations recognize that nursing has a very well-defined role in research and is well positioned to conduct this research for these research priorities that are out there globally. Those research priorities being health equity and disparities, we've heard about population, community health. And look at the words, health promotion and disease prevention. Those are global nursing research priorities, because nursing is focused on health promotion and disease prevention, whereas medicine is focused on treatment. So with nursing, focusing on the whole person, and with that disease prevention, we have that ability to really take our research and influence the outcome of our patients globally and from locally to globally. And so that's great to know. And also, I had mentioned Columbia University. The organization that they have is the Office of Global Health and Health Disparities within their clinical research program. And it's also supported by the CDC and the World Health Organization. And they've actually got centers around the world. They've got centers in Amman, Beijing, Istanbul, Mumbai, Nairobi, Paris, Rio, all these different places. So nursing is out there to really help get the world better. So how can we make a global impact? A lot of times as nurses, we think, oh, what can I do? I can do research and I've done this project and it might have a little bit of an impact locally. But you never know what your research can do, how it can have that ripple effect without you even realizing what the outcome will be. So let's talk about some of these potential effects. And these are just two examples from my own limited research. When I started my PhD program, I had always been bothered by the fact that in the operating room, which is my passion, not everybody adhered to the surgical attire guidelines. Those guidelines were developed to help promote and prevent surgical site infections. But why didn't colleagues adhere to these guidelines that were developed that way? Well, the only way I could figure it out was to gain knowledge about the research process. So I entered the PhD program and did my dissertation and graduated in 2019 with my PhD. Defended it, shocked my dissertation team with the reasons and the fact that not everybody adhered to the guidelines, so putting patients at risk. But I was also able to publish the study, and I got feedback from individuals who read it, were like, we can use this information to help get buy-in for adhering to the surgical attire guidelines. And then there were changes to those guidelines that related to what the study had talked about. So we didn't cause the change in the guidelines, but we reflected why those changes were made. So then this past 2 years, we did a follow-up study to validate our findings, and the findings were exactly the same. And it just reiterated the fact that one of the big factors that influence individuals' decisions not to adhere was that the research isn't out there that shows that the attire, what we wear in the operating room, has a relationship with surgical site infections. Okay, that informs us. That can impact global health. Now, the other factor with that is that there are so many different organizations with different guidelines for surgical site infection prevention, and they're not all the same, so it's confusing. So again, it's with the recommendations that we're putting forward, that can make a big impact from the local. It bothered me locally. And we still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
like it kicked off.
Yes, I think there was some kind of a network issue from our end. I'm so sorry. We're
That's
back
okay.
now. It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let me go back, get to this slide. All right. So again, we presented our results at the National Conference of AORN, and the impact of the local research that we had, because we were both feeling the effects of staff leaving the OR. We had standing room only at a national conference. The participants asked, what can our organization do to address some of these reasons why staff members decide to leave? And so we discussed it. There was a request that a proposal be brought forward to the national board, so the board of directors, the House of Delegates at AORN, for a position statement regarding operating room leader qualifications that they have experience. Got up, spoke to it. The House of Delegates voted on it. They passed it. And within a year, this national organization that is well respected nationally and globally created a guidance statement recommending that the leaders have OR experience. That's the impact that research that starts at a local level can have. We never expected that to happen that fast, but it has gone to the national level. But then we know that AORN is well respected outside of the US. This can have a major impact on other countries' operating rooms, which then, if you have this impact that way, you get OR leaders with experience. That makes the outcomes for those surgical patients much better, which then can impact the global health. And we're doing follow-up studies. We're doing a follow-up study so that we can develop a tool to help ORs across the world figure out and address what at their facility influences nurses' decisions to leave a position. So that's how something that can start locally, you don't expect a big change, can just cause that ripple effect and eventually lead to an improvement in health globally or make an impact. So from health disparities to, changing practice, that's huge. And that's what research can do. So with that being said, how will you create your ripple with your research? What we need to do is we have to ask ourselves and remember, how have those nurses that have gone before us, such as Florence, used the research to influence her practice, showed us the way, they've developed the knowledge and the skills to do research. How can we connect with them to promote our research and then develop those questions? And then remember, our research, we do it, then promotes more questions, creates more research that gets put into practice, and eventually it will cause that ripple effect and influence care of patients across the world. And with that, basically, we just have to remember, we never know what kind of positive outcome we can have with our research. So, and that is it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. If anyone has any questions, you can leave it in the chat box, and we can have ma'am answer them. So on that note, we would be stepping into the technical presentations part. So all the presenters, I hope you're already available here. So every participant who's presenting your paper under the applied nursing research topic, Under that theme, everybody will remain in this hall, and everybody else from the other sessions, you will be moving into your breakout rooms. Okay, so it is in the same link. So you just choose the breakout room according to your session. Okay, so those who are presenting under the applied nursing research session, you can please stay back here. So in about 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be starting the session. Just a couple of reminders. For the oral presentation, you would be taking 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes would be for the discussion. And for those who are doing a poster presentation, you would be taking 4 minutes for your presentation and the last 1 minute would be allotted for any discussion. So please keep the timing in mind. And those who are not presenting, please make sure your mic is always on mute. And if you're presenting, make sure your mic is unmuted. Let's just give us 5 to 10 minutes. The breakout rooms are going to open now, and then you can move to your allotted. Thank you for your patience.
मैम मैंने बात कर लिया उनसे।
कैसा रहा?
अच्छा रहा मैम, 3-4 दिन वहाँ पे करने के लिए कुछ ज्यादा कुछ होता नहीं है और बैठने के लिए व्यवस्था
7 स्टार में ना?
7 स्टार। तो थोड़ा सा बैठने के लिए मतलब रिक्वेस्ट किया मैंने कि हमको बैठने दीजिए कम से कम साफ सुथरी जगह पे। तो अदरवाइज वो रिलेटिव के साथ ही बिठाते हैं, मतलब जहाँ रिसेप्शन में सारे वेटिंग एरिया। तो लेकिन फिर मैंने परमिशन लिया तो फिर एक जगह मिली कॉरिडोर में बैठने के लिए। फिर गणेश सर को मैंने पूछा कि सर ऐसे ऐसी प्रॉब्लम है, इंस्पेक्शन है हमारा, मैन पावर कम पड़ रहा है, सारे स्टाफ छुट्टी पे है, तो प्लीज थोड़ा सा कंसिडर कीजिए। ठीक है ना, बोले हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, लेकिन स्टाफ होना चाहिए। बोला यस सर, वो 10 से 5 रहेंगे, बोला सुना है वहाँ पे। चले
स्टूडेंट्स आ रहे थे बराबर?
हाँ, स्टूडेंट मेरे इसमें तो 8 स्टूडेंट है, तो रेगुलर आ रहे हैं, पर फिर मार्केशन की तबियत खराब है तो अब्सेंट थे। बाकी तो आ रहे हैं, मैं उनको भी ज्यादा इशू नहीं ऐसा। रिसर्च स्टेटमेंट के लिए सैटरडे को सुनीता मुन आपसे कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही थी, तो वो मुझे मैसेज दे रही थी कि सैटरडे को एक बैच को बुलाना है मुझे सब कॉलेज।
मैंने बोला कि तुम लोग अभी तक रिसर्च का कुछ शुरू नहीं किया है, कब शुरू करोगे, कब तुम इनको दोगे, है ना, और कब ये लोग करेंगे, तो एटलीस्ट तुम स्टेटमेंट तो फाइनल करो। तो बोली कि बच्चे वहां पर हैं 1 महीने के लिए,
12 तारीख तक।
Hi, ma'am. Those who are presenting under the applied research, please stay in this room. You don't have to go anywhere. So the presentations will be happening in the main hall where you are right now. Only those who are presenting in the other sessions, your breakout rooms are open. So you can find your appropriate room and you can go. So there's systemic nursing research, and then proactive nursing, poster presentation, nursing research 1, evidence-based practices. So basically, yeah. So based on whichever session you're presenting, you can join that. If you're doing applied nursing research, please stay in this room.
The same link, madam?
Yes, ma'am, same link. There is an option called breakout rooms in the bottom panel where you can mute. Okay, in the mobile phone, if you're joining on the phone, it will be on the right side top. If you're joining on the computer,
Breakout rooms, okay, you have system in nursing research, in that we have to go, and based on time we have to present. Is it,
yes,
madam?
yes, ma'am, correct.
Thank you.
So we'll be aiming to start the presentation sharp at 11:15. So it would be nice if all the participants can go to your respective sessions. Pause. If you have any difficulty trying to find your room or how to join, just let me know, okay? Hi everyone. We're just noticing that there are a lot of participants still in the main hall, other than the participants who are presenting under the applied nursing research session and the listeners. Penny, everybody, please move to your respective sessions. Session chats. Yeah, the session chats will be there, so we can start your presentation real quick. If you're in your applied nursing research session, please stay here. There's an option called breakout rooms, like 4 boxes stacked on each other. So you click on the breakout rooms and then you can click your particular session. If you're joining on your phone, it will be there on your top left of the screen. So
पार्टिसिपेंट्स कह सकते हैं इन्हें।
Hmm? Eh?
Kata mereka mau diploma. Oh, di.
Pokoknya mau.
Hi, thank you for your patience. So we're just allotting the people to the rooms. So it would be nice if you can find your breakout room as well. So there's 14 presentations in the main hall. So if you have your presentation today, please make sure it's the right session. So you can only present in that particular breakout room. So please make sure that you find the right room and you join it. We'll be starting in just 5 to 10 minutes. So I will just read the names of the participants who will be presenting in the main hall right here. So if your name is not here, you have to find your right session, okay? Okay. Sonia Gulia, Puji, Mrs. Benazira, Manjit Kaur,
Yes.
Dr. Priya.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Yes, I'm just reading out the names so that everybody will be there. Yeah. Anisha, Dr. Karpagavalli, Bharga Rani, Dr. K. Lata, Renita Priya D'Souza, G. Aruna, Tejasvi Vijay, Archana Dore, Sonal Humane. So if your names were not called, please find the right session and join the breakout room. If you're a listener, you can switch between the different rooms. Just make sure you're always on mute. You can listen to any session that you prefer. Participants, please make sure you find your right room.
इथेच आहे का सर्वांचे?
फ्रेश वाले बच्चे थे, तो फ्रेश वाले बच्चे तो
Ma'am, we are using the same link, ma'am, just a different breakout room. So if you're using the computer, you will find it in the bottom panel along with the share screen, mute, all those buttons, you will find the breakout room option. So click on that. If your session is evidence-based nursing practice or something like that, you can click that particular session and
और सर ने मुझे बोला, मैंने तुम्हें कह दिया। है ना यहाँ पे ज्वाइन
Hi, ma'am. So I just saw the message. We're just waiting for everybody to join their particular breakout session, ma'am. On our side, we're also trying to allocate them. So it would be really helpful if the participants can cooperate with us so that we can get ahead and we can start the presentations. So please make sure you're in the right session. If you have any questions, you can always reach out to us. Sushmita ma'am is also available on her phone, or you can just leave a message in the chat box too. So if you have any difficulty joining the sessions, please let us know. So we're trying to make this as quick as we can. So we really appreciate your cooperation and your patience. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello,
I'm
ma'am.
audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Now only poster presentation is started, no? Is going on, or at
Yes,
12 p.m.
It will start now, ma'am. In some time it's going to start.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No issue.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Speaker off. चल रहा हूँ
Okay, again, thank you so much for your patience. We'll start with the presentations. I welcome you all to the first scientific session, Applied Nursing Research. I welcome the session chair, Dr. Professor China Devi M, Dean cum Principal, Mata Gujri College of Nursing, Mata Gujri University, India. So a quick reminder about the presentations and the guidelines right before we start. Like I already mentioned, the oral presentations would be for 10 minutes in total, 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for the question and answer discussion part. For the poster presentation, it would be 5 minutes, 4 minutes of your presentation and the last 1 minute for the discussion. So just make sure that other than those who are presenting, everybody else's mic is off, and make sure you have the virtual background on. And please adhere to the time limit. I'm just read the first 3 participants so that you know who goes after who, and you can be ready with your presentation. So if you're having a PPT, just make sure it's ready. So the first presenter would be Sonia Gulya. Second is Pooji Askruti. Third is Mrs. Benazira. Okay. On that note, we will start with the first presentation by Sonia Gulya. Ma'am, are you available for your presentation? Sonia Gulya? Okay, we'll go to the next presenter. We can, I invite Pooji Astuti for your presentation.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, please go ahead, share screen.
Okay, hold on. Let me allow me to share my screen. Okay, so can everyone see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the time presenting this topic. My name is Pooji Astuti Wiratmo. Today, I would like to share our study entitled Development and Validation of Comprehensive Nursing Assessment Educational Module for Nursing Students. This module has been underworked by me, Dr. Fimala Ramu, and Professor Erin Rahma from University Malaya and University of Indonesia. Nursing practice is held using a nursing process approach, which include a dynamic and continuous approach to the assessment, planning, implementation, and evaluation of patients with the various conditions. And nursing assessment must be carried out in a comprehensive manner in nature to overcome problem more effectively and efficiently. Comprehensive nursing assessment is a critical step where comprehensive data, including physiological, psychological, social determinant of health, spiritual information are gathered to determine nursing diagnosis and to develop nursing care plans aiming at improving patient health. Nursing students, they have to have adequate knowledge, skills, and confidence to perform these tasks effectively. However, teaching comprehensive nursing assessment skills is challenging because it requires a higher order level of thinking. So that's why appropriate learning strategies are needed to facilitate learning experiences in exploring patients' problems in a comprehensive manner. In the nursing paradigm, we see an individual as a composed of physiologic, psychological, social, and spiritual dimensions. So it's a holistic approach. However, nurses' current practice mainly focuses only on patients' physical problems, while other aspects of patients, such as psychological, social, and spiritual needs, have been neglected. Majority of nursing students perceive performing a comprehensive nursing assessment as a challenging activity. Was traditionally delivered without clear guidelines and on principle and structure for professional practical learning. In the classical teaching, this topic only delivered by lectures and clinical practice, and it takes a longer time, and it's only oriented to knowledge memorizations. The learning process run without any depth internet analysis of students' experience in performing comprehensive nursing assessment on patients. Therefore, an educational module can be effective in facilitating teaching and learning activities to develop knowledge and skill in performing comprehensive nursing assessment on nursing students. Therefore, this paper describes the development and validations of educational module for use in educational interventions, namely comprehensive nursing assessment program. This study was conducted in 3 phases. Phase 1 composed of need analysis by focus group discussions. Then phase 2 was module development, and phase 3 content validations using expert for CVI and CAPA. And there are 6 experts from senior lecturer in the medical surgical nursing department to assess the module, and they will give they give range from 1 to 4 for the acceptability. In phase 1, 5 nursing faculty members were discussed. They explored the opinions, ideas, perceptions, and concerns regarding the content, the layout, and design of the module. So we use inductive analysis and producing themes that identify the topic being studied in the module. So there are some interest topics covered in the module, including comprehensive nursing assessment, transformative learning theory, Gordon functional fact pattern model, case study analysis that cover 4 most frequent chronic diseases, and critical reflections. In phase 2, this is the module development. We use Gordon functional fact pattern model as a representative of
Ma'am, we're unable to hear you. Are you still there? Hi, Pooji.
Hello. Hello.
I think there was some kind of a technical glitch on her side. Mrs. Benazira, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Yes, please share your screen. Participants who are not presenting, please make sure that you are on mute so that it will not be a disturbance for everybody else attending.
Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it. Yes.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So before starting my presentation, I just wanted to acknowledge all the authors, Sharanya AS, Tichra Satish, Anchan, and Sashkumar Jawadigi. So myself, Benazira, I'm the assistant professor as well as PhD scholar in the Department of Child Health Nursing from Enapoya Deemed to be University. The title of this study is Parents' Experience of Temper Tantrum Behavior in Preschool Children, a Cross-Sectional Study. Temper tantrum are unpleasant and disruptive behaviors or emotional outbursts. They often occur in response to unmet needs or desire. As we all know, tantrum are more common in younger children, especially with the toddlers age group, or others who are unable to express their needs or control their emotional when frustrated.
Your slides are not moving.
Ma'am, I'm in the same slide. My slides are moving, ma'am. I don't know what is the issue.
Ma'am, could you probably put it in the presentation mode? We're still able to see the side panel. So if you can probably put it in the full screen mode and you can try to navigate.
It is in a full screen mode, ma'am.
Okay, for us, it's only in the initial format, no, with the panel on the side. It's not in the full screen pattern.
It is not in a full screen.
No.
I'm really sorry. My internet was interrupted.
Yes, Pujabi figured. So right now, Mrs. Benazira is doing her presentation. Right after her, you can continue from where you left.
Ma'am, whether I'm in the need for the study
Yes,
slide?
yes, you're in the need for the study slide.
Okay. I'll start, ma'am. I'll
Yes,
continue.
please go ahead. Yeah.
So in India, with multicultural diversity, where it is known for humility and diffidence behaviors, influenced by disciplined parenting, where the parents thought the more civilized way to behave. So if you see in India, it is as a great paradigm shift. We shifted from humility and diffidence have been replaced by modern nature of parenting, which might be influence today's kids and thrust on in a new attitude, and that mocks the modesty among our children. The objectives of the study: to assess the parents' view on temper tantrum behavior in preschool children, to find an association between temper tantrum behavior in preschool children with selected demographical variable. The aim of the study: so our study aimed to assess the parents' experience with temper tantrum behavior in their children. Hypothesis is tested as 0.05 level of significance. H1, there is a significant association between the temper tantrum behavior with selected demographic variable. So about the review of literature, we have reviewed maximum 45 all the reviews from the index journals, where we have got the support to frame our research methodology. So material and methods goes as like this. So research methodology we adopted was quantitative approach. Research design is a cross-sectional study and sample parents of preschool children. Sampling technique adopted was non-probability purposive sampling techniques. Sample size, we calculated as per the recommended by Sala AK and Bani S et al.
Ma'am,
Research
I'm sorry
study.
to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that you are still on the need for the study slide, because that is what is visible.
I don't know, ma'am, what is the issues here.
Methodology.
Okay, ma'am, please go ahead. You can go ahead. It's okay. Okay, yeah, we can see the materials and methods slide now.
Okay, I think
Yeah,
each time I have to click custom slideshow, ma'am, then only it will be.
Okay.
That is what the issues. Okay.
Go ahead.
So sample size was recommended by Sala AK and Bani S et al. The sample size calculated using a single population proportion with 95% power and a level of significance of 5%. The G-star power was used in a calculation to determine the estimated sample size. So sample size decided was 121 preschool, parents of preschool children. The study was conducted in Enapoya Medical College Hospital, Mangalore, India. The tool used were demographic performer, Likert scale questionnaire on parents' experience of temper tantrum behavior. Inclusion criteria: parents of preschool children, parents who are visiting the Enapoya Medical College Hospital. Exclusion criteria: parents who are not having children under the age group of 3 to 6 years. The validity: the tool was validated by 7 subject experts from pediatric medicine and pediatric nursing as well as psychologists. The tool was tested by the reliability test was done to identify the internal consistency of Likert scale questionnaire on parent experience of temper tantrum behavior. It was done by using Conbach alpha test. It was found reliable at 0.05 level.
Please say okay, ma'am. Can start, ma'am.
Is I am in table 1 result?
You're in materials and methods slide, ma'am. Yes, now I can see the slide, table.
Each
table
time
1.
that is what I have to click current slide. Table 1 depicts frequency percentage of child's demographic characteristics and mean and standard deviation of severity of temper tantrum and its association. So here we found in the child demographic characteristic, the majority of the children belonging to 3-year age, many were boys. The 62% were living in nuclear family. And equal number of children were not reported any mental illness and medical illness. 66.9% were not started their primary education, and 63.6% were actively playing with other same age group, and majority were in the group of second born child. So we have identified the mean and standard deviation of severity of temper tantrum, where we could find all children where had moderate level of temper tantrum behavior. So here also we found there is no associations were found among all of the demographic characteristics stated. Table 2 depicts frequency percentage of mother's demographic characteristic and mean and standard deviation of severity of temper tantrum and its association. So here, the majority were belonging to the age group of 20 to 30 years, and many were able to do their educations less than bachelor degree, and occupation of the mothers, where we found many were unemployed and many were married, and monthly income were 50.4% were had below 10,000. And many mothers were not attended any program related to temper tantrum behavior. And there is no history of mother reported mental illness and medical illness were found. And we could see, ma'am, here like mean and standard deviation of severity of temper tantrum were found. The severe level of temper tantrum were found in the monthly income of the family category, where the income was above 50,000. The rest of the demographic characteristics where we found moderate and mild level of severe temper tantrum. So there was an association we found where with the marital status of the mother as well as the program attended. Is I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The table 3 depicts frequency, mean and standard deviation, where we have discussed about temper tantrum behavior in preschool children as per the parents' experience and parents' report. So we identified the reason for temper tantrum was more due to the child wanted attention. And the tantrum behavior was more among behavior exhibited like throwing the cell phone floor and throwing the things. And this was a report we got, maximum were reported on this. And 31.4% were said that location of child temper tantrum behavior was in public places. And parents adapted the strategies. The maximum parents reported that they could find a way to distract the child attention away from whatever was upsetting him and her. So they were successful to deal with the temper tantrum by attracting and distracting the child from the concept of distracting and frustrating behavior. And frequency of temper tantrum behavior in the Likert scale, where 39.7 were reported oftenly, the temper tantrum behavior was reporting in a day. The discussion. The frequency and percentage of distribution of demographic characteristic of preschool children indicated more prevalent of temper tantrum was 31.4% among 3-year-old child, and 63.5% in the boys children. Nuclear family children exhibited 62% and peak among the second born child. The Our studies consisted with a study was conducted by SOSA SC in the year 2018 reported that majority of the child were between 3 to 4 years of age. The majority of the parents had received secondary education and had an income of less than 5,000. The finding of our study found reason for temper tantrum due to when child was hungry and tired and need attention from their parents. Our findings are comparable to a previous study conducted in the year 2013, which found that when children feel hungry and or are impeded from continuing an activity or they have unfilled demand, they exhibit tantrum behavior. This result seems important in terms of parents' perceptions, emotion, and behavior regarding the child's distress. The study concluded about the major findings. So we concluded with that our study provides the basic information of temper tantrum behavior demonstrated in South Asian culture context. The result found that about half of the preschool children shown moderate level of temper tantrum. The most frequently reported temper tantrum where child wanted attention from their parents, which is not met, they exhibited by throwing the cell phone floor, throwing the things in the public places. The main parent strategy to control the tantrum were distraction of child attention and help them to talk about the causes of tantrum. These are the reference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'll continue with Ms. Pooji's presentation. Ma'am, please continue from where you stopped.
Yes, ma'am, I am doing
Yeah, okay. Right after that, Ms. Sonia Gudia, please be ready for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Kindly allow me to share my slides.
Ms. Pooji, can you please share your screen? Ms. Sonia Gudia, please mute yourself. I'm unable to mute you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I was really sorry for technical problem. It was raining here. So allow me to continue my presentations. So this is about module development. In phase 1, we did a need analysis that consists of 5 nursing faculty members from medical surgical nursing area to explore the opinions, ideas, perceptions, and concerns regarding the content, layout, and design of the module. And we did an inductive analysis to produce themes that cover the topic, including comprehensive nursing assessment, transformative learning theory, current functional health pattern model, and a case study analysis of 4 common chronic diseases as a patient assessment approach and a critical reflections. In phase 2, we developed the module. At this stage, we pick a Gordon functional health pattern model as a holistic nursing assessment model. It covers and sees women as a holistic approach, include patient, physical, psychological, social, and spiritual aspect. So that's why we pick a Gordon as our model using in this comprehensive nursing assessment. And based on also literature review and textbook, we try to develop the content that cover introductions, learning objective, learning program, material of case study analysis, and critical thinking questions. We use transformative learning theory to design the module with 2 underlying learning process, including critical reflections and the critical discourse. So the process of learning, it is not only about gaining cognitive development, but beyond that cognitive development, including emotional, psychosocial, and spiritual development of the learners. And the pedagogical approach with collaborative learning to ensure students are being active together in a small group facilitated by a facilitator. In phase 3, we conducted content validations So we recruited 6 experts from the senior lecturers and then the representative of educational board and nursing board in Indonesia to validate the module within 7 aspects, include module objectives, module content, the organizations and presentation topic, discussion aid and guide questions, learning activities, evaluative exercise, and design characteristic and adaptability. In order to make the validations become measured, so use CVI, and to ensure agreement among experts, we use also CAPA. And this is the content foundation forum that we had done in each expert to rate or to assess each aspect of the module. And then we finally covered the scores gained by 6 experts, as well as gaining their comment for the module development. And after that, we try to calculate the CVI and also CAPA to ensure the content validity of the module. Based on the CVI, it can be seen that the module reached more than 0.83. That shows every single items in the module is appropriate to run comprehensive nursing assessment topics for the students. And based on the CAPA statistic, it can be said that this module has an excellent agreements among raters or among experts. And we also covers the suggestions from experts for module improvement. If we look at the literature related to content validity, so CVI or content validity index is really suggested to measure content validity to produce qualified educational material. And also when we get suggestions from the experts, we can get a scientifically rigorous and effective module. The strength of this module was tailored needs for nursing students to perform assessment in the comprehensive approach. And this module also relevant to nursing competence, whereby the content was aligned with learning objectives. It has a vary in learning activities, easy to learn and can be implemented. However, the experts suggest that in this module, we need to be more practical in related with how to do the critical reflections that will guide the students in order to get the understanding of transformative learning experience and also more measurable learning outcomes. And the follow-up from this module development is a feasibility test. To conclude, the development of comprehensive nursing assessment module has good content validity, and it can be implemented to improve nursing students' comprehensive nursing assessment skills. These are the references, and thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, I request.
Okay, ma'am. Kindly allow.
Request Ms. Sonia Gulia. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Following Ms. Sonia's presentation, Manjeet Kaur and Dr. Priya, please be ready.
Ma'am, there is a problem. I'm couldn't able to share my slides.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Okay.
I'm couldn't able to share my slides. Can you help me?
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 second. Actually, you should be able to share the screen, ma'am. I'm not sure why. Can you just check if your pop-up permissions are all given. Because maybe you should start your video and then present. You can try that because everybody has the same access. I'm not sure why you're not able to. Yeah, can you try to share screen now?
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying.
Mhm.
It is showing error for display.
What is it showing, ma'am? I cannot hear you. Ma'am, I'll give you a minute to figure it out. If
Okay,
you
ma'am.
have this issue, we'll
Did
go
you
ahead
able
with
to
the.
see?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Can you able to see my?
No,
Can
ma'am.
you able to see my screen?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Only your profile picture is visible. We'll go with the next presentation and we'll come back to you, ma'am. So by the time you can figure it out, so you can take some time and you can figure it out. Yeah, Miss Manjit Kaur, are you available for your presentation?
Thank you.
Manjit Kaur. Okay, we'll go ahead with Dr. Priya Reshma. Are you available for your presentation?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, ma'am. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. Only your profile picture is seen. Yeah, I think it says you have started sharing.
Can I start? My PPT is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's your PPT is visible. Please start.
Everyone, I bring greetings to all the audience from Yenapur University, Mangalore, India. The title of the study is Professional Values Among Students of a Nursing Institute in South India. So what are values? Values are the core human beings' values, we can say. The values which are considered as basic inherent in humans, which include truth, honesty, loyalty, love, peace, etc. Values bring about fundamental goodness of human beings and society at large. Values can be explained by pedagogical behaviors and verbal expressions and non-verbal behavior. Our values influence our preferences and behaviors as well. Value shows a direction and action orientation for a long-term power and growth of nursing and is a basis for mediating decision-making process what nurses commonly conform. Nurses' values. Now we know that the nursing profession was developed to meet the health needs of the society, including the individual, family, and community. Nurses hold values that underline their moral and ethical responsibilities towards patients, communities, professions, employers, and themselves. So what are professional values? When we say nursing is a profession, it is bound by professional values. The term professional nursing values refers to the attitudes, beliefs, and priorities of nurses that ultimately functions as a guide and motivation in interaction with patients, their colleagues, and other professionals. It is essential to develop these values during the training of nurses. With this background, the investigators have brought out the title as Professional Values Among Students of a Nursing Institute in South India. The objectives of the study are to identify professional values among nursing students, to find the association of professional values with selected demographic variables. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am, you're
yes, you are
audible.
My slides are also moving, right?
Yes, ma'am, we are at objective slide now.
Yeah, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
sure.
So moving on to operational definition. In this study, the nursing professional values are defined as important professional nursing principles of human dignity, integrity, altruism, and justice that serve as a framework for standards, professional practice, and evaluation. Nursing professional values was measured by the scale NVP3 given by Weiss and Shang in 2017. In this study, students are the undergraduate and postgraduate nursing students pursuing their general nursing and midwifery, BSc nursing, post-basic BSc nursing, and MSc nursing. Methodology of the study. The study used a quantitative approach with a descriptive survey research design. The setting was the selected nursing college and the population were the nursing students. In the sampling technique, all inclusive sampling was used and the sample size was 500. Research variable was nurses' professional values and the demographic variables were age, gender, religion, course undergoing, year of study, and marital status. The data collection tools were used demographic proforma and nurses' professional value scale 3. And the analysis of the data was done by descriptive and inferential statistics and then interpretation of the findings. Sample selection criteria, the inclusion criteria adopted was all inclusive sampling and exclusion criteria, the students who are not willing to participate in the study. The content validity of the tool, the demographic proforma was validated through peer validation. Pre-testing was done with 3 students. The tool was easy to understand, unambiguous, and students could complete the tool in 20 to 30 minutes. The reliability of the tool. As we know that NVS3 is a standardized tool having standard reliability of 0.96, which achieved through Coronavax alpha. But the investigators also calculated the reliability using stability method and using the test-retest method, and the obtained reliability was 0.9. Data collection procedure, ethical clearance was obtained from the Institutional Ethics Committee, formal permission obtained from the concerned institution authority, informed consent obtained from the study participants, and the data collection was done using an e-questionnaire with the Google Forms. Coming to study results. Table 1, distribution of students based on their demographic characteristics. Majority of the students, that is 82.2% were females, 40.4%, that's the majority, they were studying in the first year of their degree, and majority, that is 75.4%, were undergoing BSc nursing course. Majority, 56.8%, belongs to Christian by religion, and 98.2% were single, and majority, that is 497, were having no children. And coming to the mean age of the students, it was 20.23 plus or minus 0.38 with a range of 17 to 37 years. Now, coming into the professional values that is possessed by the students, the tool used was Nurses Professional Value Scale. It consists of total 28 items and the 3 dimensions, that is professionalism, caring, and altruism. So the maximum possible score for the entire scale was, in general, it was 140. And the mean was 98.17 plus or minus 17.54. And coming into the dimensions, the professionalism dimension, the maximum possible score was 35 and the mean score obtained was 24.33 plus or minus 5.35. For the caring dimension, the maximum possible score is 55 and obtained the mean is 39.16 plus or minus 8.61. And for active activism, the maximum possible score was 50 and the mean was 34.68 plus or minus 7.67. So when we see this mean percentage wise, the students showed uh, more more weightage towards the caring dimension of the profession, that is 71%, whereas professionalism and activism, they showed their 69% for professionalism and 69.36% towards the activism. The table 2 shows the importance of professional values from the nursing students' perspectives. So as I already said, the scale consists of 28 items, and what is the score given by the students, based on that these items were ranked. And from the study, it is shown that the first rank the students have given to caring dimension, that is protect health and safety of the public. That was ranking 1 with 3.75 plus or minus 0.99 mean value. The second most preferred value was towards protecting moral and legal rights of the patient. And then the third one was safeguarding patients' right to confidence and privacy. So these are the first three priorities, followed by the students had other things. And coming into the last priority students, that is under professionalism, students' last priority was engage in ongoing self-evaluation, which has ranked 23, and then participating in peer review and participating in professional efforts and collegial interactions to ensure quality care and professional satisfaction. So it ranked 22nd. So both has ranked 22nd each. So we can say that the students most valued for caring aspect of nursing values. Then coming into the association of professional values with the selected demographic variables, here chi-square test was
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you please try to wrap it up? Ma'am, it's past the time limit, so please try to wrap it into minutes. Thank you
There
so
was a
much.
significant association with the selected demographic variables. Then the similar studies have supported the study findings where the students have given their caring aspect as well as professional activism priority. So, to the conclusion, overall nursing students exhibit good nursing professional values, though what they rated for dimensions vary. Nursing educational institutions should try to inculcate various dimensions of professional values among students through curriculum and co-curricular activities to build up these values so as to bring out nurses who will excel in their profession. So these are the references used for the study, and I acknowledge NFOID University who has partially funded this study. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am. Can I start? Sonia
Yes,
Gulia.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please start.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, all. I'm going to start with my presentation. Thanks to all for giving this opportunity to present my article. My name is Sonia Gulia. I'm working as a tutor in AIMS Rishikesh. So my title of the study is Study to Assess. Did I am audible to all?
Yes, you're
Hello?
audible. Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, my screen is visible?
Yes, it's in title of the study, na?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, it's visible. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. The title of the study is Study the knowledge regarding hypertension and amount of diet consumption among adults at risk of developing hypertension from both rural and urban communities of Uttarakhand, a comparative cross-sectional survey. The aim of the study to assess the knowledge related to hypertension among adults at risk of developing hypertension in both rural and urban areas of Uttarakhand. The global impact of the hypertension on people's quality of life and the resource of the healthcare system is enormous Hypertension is becoming more common worldwide, and by 2025, its incidence is predicted to rise by 32.4%. The World Health Organization estimates that there are 600 million people with high blood pressure globally, and 7.4 million fatalities are thought to be directly related to hypertension each year. The need of the study is dietary sodium, fat, including trans fats and saturated fat, is associated with elevation of blood pressure, while dietary potassium and polyunsaturated fats lower the risk of hypertension and stroke. Regular and frequent consumption of fruits, vegetables can help prevent high blood pressure, congenital heart defects, and stroke. The methodology for the study is research approach is quantitative research approach, design is cross-sectional comparative survey, variable is knowledge regarding hypertension, diet consumption, and mean difference between knowledge questionnaires. Research setting is rural and urban communities of Uttarakhand, India. The total sample is human adults which belongs to 18 to 40 years of age, and the sampling technique is choose for the study is purposive sampling technique. The total sample size is 667 by using WinPapi program to estimate the total sample size. The inclusion criteria for the participants who took participation in our study: the adults residing in rural and urban areas of Uttarakhand with normotensive blood pressure, which range from 129 to 80 mm, 120 to 129 upon diastolic is 80 millimeter mercury. Hypertensive status with systolic blood pressure upon diastolic blood pressure that is more than systolic blood pressure is 130 to 139 millimeter mercury, and the diastolic blood pressure is 80 to 89 millimeter mercury as per hypertension guideline in 2013. And the participants including who are taking antihypertensive treatment. The exclusion criteria for the study is patients who are having comorbid conditions like heart disease, liver problem, substance abuse, or psychotic disorders. Patient who was not present during the time of data collection. So the next slides is about the tool for the data collection. The tool is divided into 3 sections. Tool 1, socio-demographic data. Tool 2, assessing the knowledge regarding hypertension. Tool 3, assessing the pattern of diet consumptions. Next is the method for the data collection. The ethical permission from the Institutional Ethical Committee, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh. After obtaining, participants were recruited in the study according to the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and informed consent was taken from the participants. A semi-structured questionnaire having 2 sections was used for the data collection for the period of 1 year. The first section consists of the socio-demographic variables of the participants, whereas the outcomes reported in the second section consist of the questions related to knowledge regarding hypertension and pattern of diet consumption. After the data collections, participants were thanked for the participation. Now the next slides is about the table 1, which is showing the baseline distribution of the social demographic characteristics among adults. The adults in found is majority are the females and minority is male. They belong to the new, and the 24% graduates and 39% are doing their job. The pie chart showing about the gender distributions about the females, which is 53, male, which is 47. Next table is about the frequency distribution, knowledge related to blood pressure. So the many people don't know the cause of the hypertension. That is 58% people don't know about the cause of the hypertension, and 63% don't know about the uncontrolled blood pressure symptoms, and the 74% people don't know about the blood pressure medications and its treatment, and the 64% patient don't know how to prevent from the high blood pressure, and the 55% patients know about the amount of salt consumptions which is going to cause the hypertension. This is the picture showing the frequency distribution of the knowledge. Previous slide showing about the no knowledge, and this slide showing about the knowledge regarding the hypertension. The cause of the hypertension, only the 40% participants know about, and the 37% participants know about the symptoms of the uncontrolled blood pressures, and the 26 participants know about the duration of antihypertensive medication treatment,
and the 36% know about the prevention of high blood pressure, and the 56% know about the amount of salt in food related to cause high blood pressure. So next is the mean distribution of the pattern of diet consumption is the participants who are taking fruits mean is 2.79, the participants who are taking green leafy vegetables mean is 3.74, and participants who are taking egg the mean is 2.04, and the who are the non-vegetarian participants mean is 128, and who are taking well-balanced diet to lose the weight is the mean is 2.19. The next slide is about the mean differences between the table number 4, mean differences between having knowledge of hypertension and diet consumption. There is a fruit intake in a week, that is 0.08 at the level of P 0.05, which is highly significant. And there is a high association found between the symptoms of uncontrolled BP with fruits and well-balanced diet, the P level at the P value less than 0.05. There is a high association found between the duration of hypertension with consumptions of fruit at the value of 0.09, which is highly significant, and well-balanced diet for the weight loss 0.0010, which is highly significant. At the blood pressure found strong association with the food intake with well-balanced diet, which is highly significant at the value in the slides, that is 0.012. And with well-balanced diet, that is 0.001, which is highly significant. There's an effect of the salt consumption to increase the high blood pressure. There's a highly significant with fruits and green leafy vegetables. With fruits, it is 0.02, and with green leafy vegetables, it is 0.01. The major finding of the study is the knowledge of hypertension found among adult, rural, and urban areas was average to poor. The mean consumption of the diet, including fruits, 2.79, green vegetables, 3.74, and 2.64, non-vegetarian food, 128.6, and well-balanced diet is 2.19. There was a significant mean difference found between knowledge questionnaire of BP, causes of high blood pressure, symptoms of uncontrolled blood pressure, duration of high blood pressure treatment, prevention of blood pressure, effect of salt on high blood pressure with consumption of fruits and non-vegetarian and well-balanced diet. The next slide is about the strengths and the limitation. The strength of the study is merely the considerable sample size calculated as an appropriate size to generalize the finding of the study into the community area. The study design could have been experimental design, and control group can be taken as a part of the limitation of the study. Here I am concluding my presentation. The present study conducted that the knowledge of the blood pressure and the raised blood pressure with its related factor was average to poor among all participants, which belong to 18 to 40 years. The knowledge related to raised blood pressure and its factor had significant mean difference for main diet consumptions of fruit, non-vegetarian diet, and well-balanced diet. The researcher recommend that there is a need to conduct some interventional strategies to improve community participants' knowledge regarding raised blood pressure, especially those underserved by healthcare services in sub-Himalayan region. These are my references. Thank you all for your patience, for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On that note, I would like to check if Ms. Manjit Kaur, are you available for your presentation? Manjit Kaur. Okay, we can go ahead if Ms. Amisha S. Amin, if you're available, you can have your presentation. Ms. Amisha S. Amin, are you available for your presentation?
She's available. She's talking.
Okay. If you're available, please start sharing your screen. We can see your screen now. Please begin the presentation. Ms. Amisha, can you begin your presentation? We can see the introduction slide, but unable to hear you.
It's not audible.
Ms. Amisha, can you please make sure that your audio is fine? Can you hear us? Hello? We are unable to hear you, ma'am. Amisha, can you please begin your presentation? We can see your introduction slide. Please begin with your presentation.
आपने तो এটা জাজ দেখি
Ms. Amisha, if you are unable to present right now, please stop sharing your screen. Somebody else can begin. Dr. G. Karpagavalli, are you available?
Hello. Excuse me,
Yes.
Amisha is on call with me, but she's sharing me that she's talking, but it is not clear like that. She's talking.
Okay, fine, sir. She can figure that out right now. We'll give her some time. So we'll go ahead with the next
Okay, madam.
presentation. She can continue
Okay,
after
madam.
that, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Amisha, later you can do it.
Dr. G. Karpagavalli, ma'am, are you available for presentation? Dr. G. Karpagavalli? Okay. The next presenter, then if you're available, Barka Rani, ma'am, if you're available, you can begin your presentation. Ms. Barka Rani, okay, Karpagavalli, ma'am is available, okay. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. You can see your slide. Ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
ও আচ্ছা এটা প্যারালাল সেকশন চলছে না আপনি
Ma'am, Karpagavalli, ma'am, can you please unmute yourself? You're on mute.
Okay, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Good afternoon,
Please go
ma'am. Good
ahead.
afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all dignitaries on dais, ma'am. I am G. Karpagavalli, Vice Principal, Tagore College of Nursing. I am going to present the topic on effectiveness of structured teaching program on knowledge regarding self-test examination among adolescent girls.
Why I have chosen this topic? If you are taking the most problem among the Indians as well as world health problem, breast cancer is the most commonest problem is existing today, because the people who are in the vulnerable stage is not aware of the breast self-examination. If they are finding out the breast during the breast self-examination, if they are finding out any lump, they can prevent the cancer spread throughout their lifespan. Okay, breast cancer is the leading malignant tumor and it consists of 30% of cancers among women. Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in India. If you do the breast self-examination, if it is a procedure performed by the person who is in the vulnerable stage from the adolescent period till the post-menopausal woman, if they are doing the self-breast examination, our mortality rate because of the breast cancer will be reduced so much. I am so interested to do the self-breast examination among the rural people. I have conducted many health camps as well as health education programs among the rural people in the community area. So I have selected this topic for my presentation. The incidence of breast cancer is increasing with an estimated 1,44,937 women were newly detected with breast cancer. 70,000 to 18 women died of breast cancer. It is reported that 1 in 22 women in India is likely to suffer from breast cancer. So at present, it's a simply inexpensive as well as early implant of the detection of breast cancer is self-breast examination. Statement of the problem. My study is based on the self-breast examination. A study to assess the effectiveness of structured teaching program on knowledge regarding self-breast examination among adolescent girls at selected college. Objectives: I have assessed the knowledge of self-breast examination of the adolescent girls before and after structured teaching program. To determine the effect of structured teaching program regarding the knowledge of self-breast examination among adolescent girls. To find out the association between the knowledge score among adolescent girls with selected demographic variables such as age, education of the students. Research hypothesis: there will be a significant increase in knowledge on self-breast examination after structured teaching program among adolescent girls. There will be significant association between the knowledge of self-breast examination among adolescent girls with selected demographic variables. I have taken two hypotheses. Methodology: what I have employed is research approach adapted for this study is quantitative approach. Quasi-experimental pre-test, post-test only group research design was found to be appropriate for the study. I have taken only one group. I have employed STP on the same group. I have taken the post-test on the same group. So the design was experimental group. Pre-test is 0, 1, treatment made of X, post-test is X2. So E equal to test pre-test as well as post-test. Experimental group, pre-test knowledge of self-breast examination, X employing of STP. O2 is the post-test knowledge regarding the self-breast examination. Setting where I have conducted the study is College of Nursing. It is selected in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Population, the target population for the present study includes all the adolescent girls studying in the first and second year of the selected college. Sample, the adolescent girls in the age group of 17 to 23 years. Sample size is 100 adolescent girls I have selected for my studies. Sampling techniques, random sampling technique was used to select the samples. Description of the tool. The tool consists of demographic variables as well as a questionnaire. Demographic variables include age, marital status, type of family, residence, weight of the students by using self-structure questionnaire for obtaining the information of the students after getting permission from the students. Informed consent, we have got it. Then section B consists of self-structure multiple choice questionnaire was used as a research tool to assess the knowledge and practice on self-breast examination, knowledge on breast cancer, and use of mammogram. For all the aspects, I have collected the question. Data analysis. After collection of data, I have given the data analysis, descriptive as well as and descriptive analysis have done, statistical analysis were done through the method. Here, assessment of pre-test as well as post-test level of the knowledge on the self-examination. Here, if you are seeing the level of knowledge, it is divided into inadequate knowledge, moderate knowledge, as well as adequate knowledge. Pre-test shows that the adolescent girls is having inadequate knowledge as well as moderate knowledge in the pre-test. Inadequate knowledge is higher than the moderate knowledge. There is no adequate knowledge at all. When you are coming to the post-test, here adequate knowledge is 88%, moderate knowledge is 12%. There is no inadequate knowledge. It shows that there is a effectiveness of assessment of post-test than the pre-test. Same thing. Level of knowledge here in the inadequate knowledge is increased in the pre-test level. Adequate knowledge is increased in the post-test level. It is shows inadequate knowledge is shows in blue color. Adequate knowledge is shows in red color. Comparison of pre-test and post-test knowledge score on self-test examination. We have conducted tests on the students based on the statistical value. Pre-test value mean score is 3.249. Standard deviation is 7.32. Post-test value mean score is 4.450. Standard deviation is 26.3. Paired test p-test value is 17.57. It is significant at the level of p 0.05 level. Degree of freedom is 99%. So it is very significant at the level of 0.05 level. So we are coming there so that the structured teaching program has a significant effect in increasing the knowledge regarding the self-test examination is that hypothesis is accepted by the researcher. Comparison of pre and post-test value. Here we can look at the level. Pre-mean score is increased than the 3 to 3.4. Standard deviation increased from 11 to 26.3. Association between the post-test knowledge of knowledge regarding self-test examination with the selected demographic variables. There is no value. There is these demographic values of x square is less than the tabulated value of the p 0.05 level is. It is evident that there is no significant association exists between the post-test score of knowledge with the selected demographic variables. Discussion. When you are taking the supportive study as well as the main study, when you are comparing this study, present study shows the pre-test score of 65 of them had an inadequate knowledge. Remaining 35 of them had moderate knowledge in the pre-test. In the post-test, majority of the people, 88% have adequate knowledge, and the remaining 12% have moderately adequate knowledge. Supportive study shows that the study is done by the Maharashtra in 2011, conducted a health education intervention study by using the video slide on LC as well as flip chart in 30 sessions of that shows that among the persons, so 250 women, 3 months of the intervention has done 26.8 to 98% increase in knowledge about the mammography from 14.8% to 89.2%. This study concludes that there was not only the improvement of the knowledge, also improved the breast self-examination practices too. It is a supportive study which is helping my study to have the support. Current study, next one is my study mean score post-test is 26.3, pre-test is 11.32. The obtained standard deviation of the knowledge regarding breast self-examination during the post-test is 3.249. The pre-test is 4.50. So it is shows that the t-test knowledge is 17.570. It is more significant. Supportive study shows that Sujit, it is done by the Sujit 2014, conducted a study to assess the effectiveness of video assisted teaching program on knowledge regarding self-test examination. The main difference among the population of 40 women in the age group of 20 to 50 years, the mean difference between the pre-test post-test score is 1.38. The calculated value of p-value is 2.21. It is significant at the level of p level 0.05 level. The video assisted teaching was evaluated to enhance the knowledge regarding self-test breast cancer. So it also supports my study. Conclusion, there will be a significant increase in knowledge regarding self-test examination after structured teaching program among adolescent girls. It is evident that the structured teaching program was significantly effective in improving the knowledge regarding self-test examination. If you are doing continuous practice on self-test examination, if you are creating awareness on the self-test examination among the adolescent girls, you will be identifying the morbidity on the breast cancer, then you can be able to prevent the breast cancer by thereby we can prevent the mortality of the person who is suffering from the breast cancer. Self-breast examination is the inexpensive one. We can do it anywhere else. We need to improvise the knowledge on the adolescent girls from the way of menarche itself. It is my opinion among the adolescent girls. It is a place where I have conducted the study among the adolescent girls. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for listening my presentation. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Chinadevi, ma'am, if you have any questions, anything you want to discuss with the participants, you can please ask them the questions, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir.
Ma'am, what type of randomization technique you use for sampling, ma'am?
Simple random technique, sir.
Okay.
I have given odd number as well as even number. Odd number person as well as even number. Two classes I have combined together. So I have given odd number as well as even number. Through that way, I have selected my samples, sir.
And when was the post test? Soon after the interventions, or you have given any?
No, sir. After 1 month only, I have collected my post test. Immediately, if you are after implementing intervention, if we are collecting, that will be biased, no, sir. So after that, they have gone their academic.
Why to go for only 1 month only, ma'am?
So since I have my target is on only the adolescent girls, so I have taken. I want to give whole impact of whole content to the particular group itself, sir. I have selected all the persons in the classroom, sir. Attrition of the samples.
1 month of 1 month, is it possible to have the like generalization of thing, ma'am?
That's what I have taken 100 samples, sir. If I have taken 50 samples.
So you told me that after the intervention of 1 month you have conducted a post test.
No, sir. Post test is after 1 month of intervention, I have taken the post test.
Why you took only 1 month?
The duration is, as Sashikumar sir says, the duration is too long for the students to recapitulate and give you a correct response. So it should be within a week time. Postage should be done within 7 weeks is what.
Sir, I have because of that academic things. When things I have taken 2 classes.
My question is, okay, is it any rememberable human being is like minimum 1 month, or is it a 7 days, or it's a 3 month? So why you took only 1 month is my question.
Because the students are being the nursing students, they are having different academic curriculum. They are about to go to outside posting. So I have selected to. Hello.
Thank you.
So I have selected 1 month for collection of proof, sir. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for putting forward the question. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the question and answering it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we can, if Ms. Barkha Rani, ma'am, if you're available, please begin your presentation. Barkha Rani, ma'am. If you're available to present, you can start your presentation now. Okay, Ms. Amisha, are you available? Is your audio issue sorted? Ms. Amisha Amin, if your audio issues are sorted, we can have your presentation now. Katpagalu, ma'am, you can stop sharing the screen so that the next person can begin. Okay, now I request Dr. K. Lata ma'am, if you are available, please.
Yes, I'm available. I'm available.
Okay, please start the presentation, ma'am. Okay.
Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. You can see
And
the
I'm
welcome
audible.
slide.
So good afternoon to all the participants of this conference. I'm Dr. K. Lata, Dean cum Principal of Narayan Nursing College, Gopal Narayan Singh University, representing from Bihar. So the background of the need of the study is nursing is a profession which has got trouble since a long time because of its public image. The stereotypical public image, which like nursing being a woman's occupation, subservient roles of a medical practitioner, lack of independent practice, so all unlimited career paths, all these have been a long constraint, and all these have adversely affect the nurses' work behavior, task performance, and there are a lot of increased turnover. So keeping this in mind, the statement of the problem state for the present, for the today's presentation is a study to compare the nurses' perceived public image with their self-image and its impact on work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention at selected hospitals, Chennai. So the objectives of the study includes to assess the nurses' perceived public image, self-image, work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention, to compare the nurses' perceived public image with their self-image, to correlate the nurses' perceived public image and their self-image with the work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention, and to associate the nurses' perceived public image and self-image with the demographic variables. So these are the operational definitions defined for the study. Compare. Number 2 is nurses' perceived public image, self-image, work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention. So the hypothesis is null hypothesis. The null hypothesis, one stating there is no significant difference between the nurse's perceived public image and the self-image. There is no correlation between the nurse's perceived image with work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention. There is no significant correlation between the nurse's self-image with the work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention. And there is no significant association between the nurse's perceived public image and the self-image with the demographic variables of the nurses. So coming to the assumptions, stereotypical public image of nursing always have a constraint on nursing practice and nurse working behavior. And even the public image of nurses can be influencing the work value, task performance, self-esteem, and turnover intention. The review of literature was based on these categories like the public's perceptions, nurses' perception of their image, nurses' self-concept, and impact of professional self-concept. And the journals reviewed for the articles include international 35, national 16, state 6, and local. The databases for references were used from major. These are the presented Cochrane reviews, PubMed, EBSCO. So all these have been used for the references. And the conceptual framework fit for the study is the CPEO model, where the person, environment, occupational model, since it emphasizes on the nurse's image and self-image. So this was ideal to fit in my study in this conceptual framework. So this is the conceptual framework. The methodology of the study includes research approach, which is a quantitative approach. Research design is a descriptive correlational design. Variables used for the study include study variables are the nurses' perceived public image, self-image, work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention. The demographic variables of the nurses includes age, gender, religion, working status, the length of the clinical experience, educational background, and the area of work of the nurses. Setting was 3 selected hospitals. So with concern to the ethical point of view and confidentiality, the hospital names are not revealed here. The population is the target population, all the staff nurses at the selected hospitals, and accessible population, all the staff nurses of the selected hospitals who are available as pool of subjects during the period of study. And samples were staff nurses who fulfill the inclusion criteria. So the inclusion criteria includes all the nurses who have been selected who are coming directly for all aspects of patient care, including management of care, counseling, health promotion, and patient education. Nurses who are willing to participate in the study, and nurses who have completed minimum of 3 years of experience, and nurses who have completed nursing diploma or degree course. Exclusion criteria includes nurses working in specialized areas like midwifery, perioperative nursing, etc. Nurses with chronic illness like diabetes, mellitus, and hypertension were excluded from the study. The sampling technique includes systematic sampling technique with a space interval from the name list available. The samples were selected. Sample size calculation was based on the computed power analysis. The calculated size was N. Total sample size required was 195. Considering the attrition rate, the samples were considered 206. So this is the tool used for the study. The first tool was the structured questionnaire to assess the demographic variables with the following aspects. Number two was to perceive the public image and the self-image. Porter's nursing scale was used, and the scorings are given below. Work value scale was assessed. Work value scale was used, which was developed by Mahaveer in 2011. This was task performance scale. Yes. Yes. Task performance scale was used to assess the task performance, which was developed by Goodman Semantic. Collective self-esteem scale was used to assess the collective self-esteem, which was developed by the Crocker and Luthaman in the 2018. And withdrawal cognition scale was used to assess the turnover cognition rates of the nurses. So content validity was obtained by 5 experts. All the tools which I have used is in a standardized tool. So though it is a standard tool, content validity was obtained from 5 experts in nursing, and reliability of the different tools were tested by test retest methods, split off technique, relation. So these are the ethical concerns followed in the study. So human rights was done, and official permission was obtained from the respective hospital. Study protocol was approved, and ECC, that ethical clearance certificate, was obtained. Dignity for the nurses were being anonymity, confidentiality, written and consent was obtained, and confidentiality and justice was also assured to the participants of the study. So this is the sequence of the data collection. And the analysis is used descriptive and inferential statistics like frequency percentage distribution, t-test and correlation coefficient, and chi-square were used for comparison, correlation, and association. So the findings, first starting with the frequency and percentage distribution of the demographic variables of the study. So this shows that majority, 96.6% of the nurses were less than 30 years of age. Coming to gender, majority 84.5% of the nurses were females. Coming to religion, majority 59.7% of the nurses were Hindus, and majority 59.2% had clinical duration of experience more than about 3 years. And coming to the educational background, majority 50.5% of the nurses had finished diploma, and the area of work is apart from the medical, surgical, ICU. She was posted in the other units. So as per the discussion, the outcomes of the studies are discussed. The first objective is to assess the nurses' perceived public image, self-image, work value, test performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover. So from the picture, from the graph, we can see that the perceived public image, the majority of the nurses, 88.3%, perceive the public image as good. Whereas the self-image, majority 96.1% of nurses felt themselves as having a positive image. So frequency and percentage distribution of the work value shows 71.4% had an average desire for work value. Coming to the task performance, 57.3% of nurses had average task performance. And coming to the self-esteem, 86.4 nurses had a positive self-esteem, and the intention rate of nurses to quit the current organization, majority 66.66% of the nurses had a strong intention to quit the current organization where they were working, and the intention to quit nursing, 55.8% has expressed strong intention to quit nursing. So this is the overall turnover rates of nurses, where 173.3% of nurses had strong turnover intention for nursing. So second objective is to compare the nurses' perceived public image and their self-image, which shows a mean of 93.41 as self-image and 87.64 for perceived public image, which showed a very high statistical significance at 0.001 level. So hence a null hypothesis stating no significant difference between the nurses' public image and the self-image is not accepted at p less than 0.001 level. So objective 3 was to correlate the nurses' perceived public image and self-image with the work value, task performance, collective self-esteem, and turnover intention. So we could see that the perceived public image has got a correlation with the work value and task performance, whereas the self-image of the nurses also had a correlation with the work value and task performance at the high significance level 0.001. So hence a null hypothesis 2 stating no significant correlation between the nurses' perceived public image with work value, task performance, and collective self-esteem. It's not accepted where it is accepted for the other very intention like turnover, intention, etc. And null hypothesis 3 stating there is no significant correlation between the nurses' self-image with the work value, task performance, and collective self-esteem is not accepted where it is accepted for the turnover intention. So these are the consistent, my studies findings were consistent with the Takase M. Maudi Manisha, which was published in the Journal of Advanced Nursing. Next is the objective 4, to associate the nurses' perceived public image and self-image of the nurses with the demographic variables. It was seen with the public image, the length of clinical experience had an association, and with the self-image, area of work has got an association with the self-image. So hence the research hypothesis stating there is no significant association of nurses' perceived public image with the demographic variable is not accepted with the length of clinical experience, and with the and self-image with the area of work at P less than 0.01, and it is accepted with the remaining variables. So this is an additional information where the task performance, self-esteem, work value had got a correlation association with the remaining variables of area of work, etc. So the major finding of the study is the mean nurses' self-image was more compared to their perceived public image, which shows that the nurses perceive themselves negatively than compared to they saw themselves. A weak uphill linear relationship was also observed between nurses' public image with work value and task force, and a moderate uphill positive relationship was observed between the nurses' self-image with the work value and task performance. So limitation is more than what nurses perceive. The self-evaluation is different from the evaluation by a supervisor. So this can be accepted as a limitation of the study. And the study concludes that nurses perceive their image when it is to be poor. They lose the confidence at work. Their intention to leave their jobs tended to increase. So to enhance a nurse's job performance and to reduce their turnover intention, it is very essential that we need to improve both the public image and the self-image of the nurses. So these are the suggested implications in nursing, like monitoring the media, forecasting nursing scenes in the movies have to be completely prohibited, showing current nursing practice through media, giving more career education among the school students, public education, encouraging nurses to undertake postgraduate education, changing the entire nursing education system. So all these would help in portraying a very good nursing image to the public. So thank you all for your patience listening, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll go ahead with the next presentation. Ms. Ranita Priya D'Souza, if you're available for presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm available.
Yes, please go ahead with the presentation. And another kind notice for the participants who are not presenting, please stay unmuted. If you're not presenting, please make sure that you're on mute.
Ma'am, can you see this PPT?
Yes, ma'am, I can see the PPT and I can hear you. Yeah.
Just please wait, I'll share the PPT. Okay, can I start?
Yes, please, ma'am, please go ahead.
Title of the study: Assessment of Study Habits, Academic Performance, Perception of Opportunities and Challenges for Academic Performance among Undergraduate Students of a Selected Health Science University, Mangalore. Authors of the study are Mrs. Ranita Priya D'Souza, Associate Professor, Child Health Nursing Department, Enapaya Nursing College, Mangalore, Karnataka. Dr. Leena Casey, Professor, Principal, Enapaya Nursing College, Bangalore, Karnataka. And other authors, undergraduate students, Mr. Mohammad Ishfaq, Mr. Mohammad K, Ms. Ramshina, Ms. Ritu Augustine, BSc Nursing students, 2018 to 2022 batch.
Screen is not moving.
It's not moving, ma'am. Yes.
Put it in slideshow.
I put it in slideshow, ma'am. It is not here. It's moving. So can I do it without slideshow?
Yes, but see that you keep changing your slide.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Can you see the introduction slide?
Yes, yes.
So introduction: academic performance is the measurement of students' achievement across various academic subjects. A student's achievement is typically measured by using classroom performance, graduation grades, and results from standardized tests. Learning can be immensely gratifying, but studying usually involves hard work. Student study habits play a major role in academic performance. Each student may have a variety of study habits where one may study daily lessons and other may study at the last moment during the exams. Academic performance being multi-causal involves a huge explanatory capacity of different factors that influence the learning process. The present education system has developed many tools and techniques to focus on active participation and involvement of students in the higher education goal implementation model. Need for study. Study habits contribute significantly in the development of knowledge and perceptual capacities. Achievement is the end product of all educational performances. The main concern of all educational efforts is to see that what learner achieves. Students' needs, requirements, abilities, capabilities, their pattern of studying, etc. have been neglected for a long time, and they were forced to learn the same thing by the same method, by the same person in the same environment. Knowing the possible factors that influence the success or failure of students can allow predicting possible academic results and in turn being a useful tool for making decisions in this matter. Objectives of the study: to assess the study habits of undergraduate students of a selected health science university, to assess the academic performance of students of a selected health science university, to identify the students' perceptions on opportunities for academic performance, to identify the students' perceptions on challenges for academic performance, to find the correlation between, to find the correlation between academic performance, study habits, perception on opportunities, and challenges. Review of literature. International, national, and regional studies were reviewed about study habits and academic performance of students, as well as perception of challenges and opportunities for academic performance among students. The findings of the reviewed literature reveal that there is significant relationship between study habits and academic performance. Students perceive a variety of factors as opportunities for learning as well as the barriers for learning. Methodology: research approach, quantitative approach, research design, descriptive survey design, setting NAPIA deemed to be university, target population undergraduate students, sample size 162, sampling technique, simple random sampling. Sampling criteria: inclusion criteria, undergraduate students studying in courses BDS, MBBS, and BSc nursing, students at second year, third year, and fourth year of their course, and having completed one university examination. Exclusion criteria: students who did not appear for previous year's university exam did not consider for the as samples. Data collection tools used for the study: one is standardized scores. For assessment of study habits, we have used a standardized scale, that is study skill inventory by Dennis H. Congos, which had 51 items, and the reliability was tested by Cronbach's alpha. The reliability score was 0.7. And another two tools were checklist for perception of challenges and checklist for perception of facilitators. This was developed by investigators, and reliability was tested by using Cronbach's alpha. Data collection process. After the ethical approval, permission was taken from the head of the institution. Random selection of students was done with the help of class coordinator by using lottery method. Participant information sheet was given to the participants and informed consent was obtained. Tool was administered to the participants. Approximately 30 to 40 minutes were taken by the participant to complete the tool. Academic performance of previous year was collected from the college office for comparison. Results. Table 1, demographic characteristics of participants. Majority were in the age group of 20 years. Majority were females. Approximately equal number of participants were from MBBS, BDS, and BSc nursing, and equal number of participants from second year and fourth year, and a little less from the third year batch. And table 1 continued. Place of residence, that is majority were staying in the hostel, and parental involvement in academic performance. Majority said that parents involved to some extent only. Table 2 shows study habits of participants. Regarding study habits, most of the participants had poor scores in textbook reading habits, note-taking habits, memory habits, test preparation scores, concentration scores, and good time management scores, except test preparation scores, they had the good scores. Table 3 shows distribution of participants based on the perception of self-related facilitators for academic performance. These facilitators were classified into various sections. For example, self-related facilitators, resource-related facilitators, teacher-related facilitators, family-related facilitators. So table 3 shows self-related facilitators perceived by the students. Majority of the students perceived that self-motivation, personal characteristics, personal expectations, interest in chosen profession, and good hold on language are the facilitators for learning. Table 4 shows distribution of participants based on the perception of resource-related facilitators for academic performance. Here also majority of the participants perceive that having adequate financial support, availability of environment conducive to learning, availability of good library facilities, having good practical facilities, use of information communication technology tools in teaching learning process are perceived as the facilitators for learning by majority of the students. Table 5 shows distribution of participants based on perception of teacher-related facilitators for academic performance, motivation from teachers, approachability of the teachers, competent, knowledgeable teachers, effective teaching methods, timely feedback from teachers, having teacher mentor who motivates for good performance are the facilitators for good performance is perceived by majority of the students. Table 6 shows distribution of participants based on perception of family and friends related facilitators for academic performance. Here, majority of the students perceive that having peers of common parental support and appreciating good for academic achievement and peer motivation for good academic performance is being considered as a facilitator for academic performance. Table 7 shows distribution of participants based on self-related challenges for academic performance. Personal lack of organization, personal failures in time management, spending more time in social media and mobile gaming, anticipatory anxiety about exams, pressure of learning or doing many tasks, lack of physical illness are considered as the challenges by majority of the students, while lack of concentration in class is not considered as a lack of concentration in class is considered as a challenge by equally as considered, not considered as challenge by equal number of participants. And also language barrier is also considered by equal number of participants as the barrier and not barrier for the academic performance. Table 8 shows distribution of participants based on resources and facilities related challenges for academic performance. Majority of the students perceive that lack of physical facilities like tables, chairs, etc. and lack of is considered as a barrier for academic performance, whereas insufficient library facility, lack of privacy in learning is not considered as a barrier by the majority of the participants. Table 9 shows distribution of participants based on teacher-related challenges. Here, ineffective teaching is considered as not a barrier by majority of the participants. Lack of information is also, or clarity about the task to be completed is also considered as not as a barrier for the academic performance. Whereas equal number of participants or approximately equal number of participants said that lack of motivation from teachers and too many teachers for one course or subject may be the barriers or may not be the barriers for the academic performance. Table 10 shows distribution of participants based on family and friends related challenges for academic performance. Here it shows that majority of the students did not perceive lack of motivation, poor monitoring, peer pressure, parental pressure, or lack of supportive or facilitative friends or peers as barrier for the academic performance. Table 12 shows correlation between variables of interest. There is significant association, a highly significant association was seen between study habits and academic performance and perception of challenges and perception of facilitators. Discussion. Present study shows that there is significant positive correlation between study habits and academic performance. Louis H. et al. In 2017 also reported that study habits and academic performance of medical science students is significantly related. Conclusion. Study concludes that study habits are poor among the undergraduate students. A significant correlation is present between study habits and academic performance. Students perceive a lot of factors as facilitators for the academic achievement. A few factors are identified as barriers for academic performance by the undergraduates. Developing good study habits may improve the performance. Hence, the students must be motivated to implement good study habits, and they should be continually guided and supervised for the same. Thank you. These are the references.
Section मेरा आ गया. Section मेरा आ गया.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Ms. Amisha, are you available? I see that
Ma'am, can I leave the presentation, ma'am?
You're done right now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. You can stop sharing now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Ms. Amisha, if you're available, you can share your screen and you can start your presentation. Is your audio fixed?
Ma'am, the time was allotted for me, Barkharani.
Parkharani, yes, I see that, ma'am. Just that Amisha was there before you, right?
No
So I
issue,
just
no
wanted
issue,
to
no
confirm.
issue, no issue, ma'am, no issue, no issue.
Okay. Yeah, if she's not available, then okay. Amisha, ma'am, can you please respond to the mic so that we know that your audio is working? Amisha, ma'am, can you or maybe you can change your mic device, like change to a different earphones. Okay, okay, ma'am, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to ask you to stop your screen sharing. We have to go ahead with Barka ma'am's presentation right now, if you don't mind. Maybe you can try changing your earphone or something to try a different mic device. While you fix that, I request the Barka ma'am to
Yes, ma'am, I'm
carry on
here.
with the presentation. Yes, please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah,
Amisha
ma'am.
ma'am, you can stop sharing.
Can I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can see your screen, ma'am. You can please start.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I'm Barkharani from Amity University, Haryana, India. So today my topic of presentation is the title of my study is a study to evaluate the impact of mobile teaching on knowledge, attitude, and practice about digital health utilization in TB prevention and control among active TB cases and their close contacts in Faridabad, Haryana. As we all know that tuberculosis, by tolling the lives more than 1.5 million every year, now it is at the 13th leading cause of death and the second most infectious killer disease after COVID-19 in 2022. And due to cross infection, more than already 2 billion people are latently infected with the tuberculosis, due to which every year more than 9 million new cases, more than 10 million new cases are coming up with tuberculosis, due to which, but out of them, most of are missed each day. More than 8,000 tuberculosis cases who are undiagnosed or maybe further spreading the infection in the community. But despite of our best effort, all ongoing intensified and decentralized TB control efforts, we are unable to reach even at the 2020 milestones of the TB elimination target goals. In India also, with the 26% TB burden is ranked highest among the 30 high TB burden countries. So here, the coming year, the 2023 to 2025 to 2030 are critically significant to speed up all efforts collectively towards prevention and control of TB globally, nationally in India. The available evidences indicated that timely access to the correct information at the right time for the right people with the right healthcare services is critically important to implement effectively any preventive and control strategy to contain any infectious disease. And access of any disease controlling strategies largely depends upon the knowledge, positive attitude, and satisfactory practice level followed by the individual in the affected community at a large scale towards that strategy or the approach. And WHO also strongly recommends the innovative use of digital health technologies to improve access to information and people-centered care and support for all reached and unreached people with the TB and other diseases. So, but the researcher found here the literacy level about using digital health technologies on various electronic devices, computers, laptops, tablets, smartphones, etc., is well explored and established among the healthcare professionals. But in the TB affected communities, it is still in its infancy level to connect, communicate, educate, and engage them digitally. So, with the purpose, this study was conducted to assess the knowledge, attitude, and the practice level and to evaluate the impact of mobile-based teaching sessions on that knowledge, attitude, and practice level toward digital health technologies utilization for TB prevention and control among active TB cases and their close contacts in Haryana. With the research hypothesis, there will be statistically significant difference in knowledge, attitude, and practice level ranks and scores before and after participating in mobile teaching session. To conduct the study smoothly, the methodology was adopted. A pre-experimental single group pre and post design was employed with the cluster random, simple random sampling. And the data were collected from July to October 2022 through telephonic interview using a structured questionnaire among the 511 samples. The samples were active TB cases and their close contacts in the age group 12 to 78 years in Faridabad, Haryana. To analyze the data, a Wilcoxon signed rank test to compare pre and post test rank scores, ordinal logistic regression analysis to predict post knowledge, attitude, and practice level. The Spearman's rule rank order correlation analysis were computed using the sparse version 2 at the significance level. So the key findings of the study were among the participants, 511 participants, the majority were household contacts, adults, male, privately employed, urban dwelled, and educated between 9 to 12 standards. In another important findings, in pre-intervention phase, the majority of participants had significantly lower knowledge level with a 37.36% correct scores. In case of attitude, with 43.99% neutral scores, majority were confused or had not had any level of agreement. And those who agreed also had a lower 52.60% scores. In case of practice level, with 57.61% never practice scores, majority of were not doing an acceptable practice level respectively. Whereas in post-intervention phase, majority of participants with 82.90% correct scores had significantly higher knowledge level. And in case of attitude, with 4.38% neutral scores, fewer were confused. And with 93.94% agreed scores had more positive attitude level among the participants. And in case of practice scores, with only 23.52% never practice scores, majority of were behaving at a satisfactory level respectively. All these findings indicated that participants had low awareness, utilization, and knowledge and practice level in pre-intervention phase, which significantly improved with a large effect size in post-intervention phase. In another important findings, the Wilcoxon signed rank test analysis also indicated that the post-test rank medians were found statistically significant and positively higher with a large effect size than the pre-test rank median scores. Moreover, in ordinal logistic regression analysis, only age, education level, and occupational level were found together, accounted for a significant amount of variance in the outcomes as in the post-knowledge, attitude, and practice level. But with the negative estimates and inverse relationship indicated that knowledge, attitude, and practice increases as the age decreases, and the knowledge, attitude, and practice decreases as the educational level decreases. And in case of occupational level, only student and government employees showed higher level of knowledge, positive attitude, and satisfactory practice level in comparison of other categories. The Spearman's row rank order correlation analysis also indicated a statistically significant positive correlation between level of post-knowledge attitude with medium effect size, post-knowledge and post-practice with medium effect size, and post-attitude and post-practice with low effect size. All these findings indicated that, especially in correlation, that on increasing the knowledge would also increase in attitude and practice level as well. So collectively, we can say here, despite having a positive attitude, and majority showed a lower knowledge and practice level in pre-intervention phase, whereas after the intervention, the knowledge, attitude, and practice level improved statistically significantly toward the digital health technology utilization in prevention and control of TB among the participants. So to conclude the study result provided a significant preliminary base for decision makers and healthcare providers to plan and impart digital literacy for mass TB affected societies inclusion, but to involve all TB affected families along with the healthcare professionals digitally on one platform. We should promote and start practicing digital utilization inclusion for directional social inclusion by establishing digital technologies based digital literacy foundation centers free of cost, especially in rural and urban slum areas, to educate and empower especially marginalized students, women, and working populations. Along with, we should also explore and use more smartphone features and using different digital platforms based teaching interventions to improve beneficiaries. Beneficiaries means here the participants, the TB patients, and their close contacts. Knowledge, attitude, and practice levels towards digital technologies and electronic devices operations and utilization for TB prevention and control more effectively. So here we have a key message for all to engage practically all TB affected communities with healthcare professionals. We should promote digital health utilization literacy inclusion in all digital literacy programs at peripheral level to educate them for real directional digital inclusion of them for speeding up all efforts toward the TB prevention and control more effectively. So thank you. It's all about my presentation. Thanks you all for listening me with patience. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you. Am I listening?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. Chinadevi, ma'am, is the audio issues resolved now?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Amisha, ma'am, give me 1 minute. Chinadevi, ma'am, do you have any questions or any discussion that you'd like to have, ma'am? I'm not able to hear your voice, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible now? Can I start presenting?
Just give me 1 minute, Amisha, ma'am. I just want to make sure the session share does not have any questions. So I'll just fix that in 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm audible.
Yes, your audio is perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Chinadevi, ma'am, I think there's some issue with the audio. Probably if you have any questions or any suggestions, you can put it in the chat box, ma'am, for the participant. It may be beneficial for everyone. Okay, on that note, we'll invite Misha, ma'am, for her presentation.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Can I start with the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Amisha Asamin, Assistant Professor, Enapa Nursing College. And the co-author is Professor Sashkumar Javadagi, Professor, Foundation of Nursing Department, Enapa Nursing College. Title of the study, a study to assess knowledge and attitude on usage of electronic databases among nursing students at selected college, Mangaluru. Introduction. The digital world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and staying updated with the necessary digital knowledge and skills has become the crucial. An electronic database is a computer-based collection or listing of information. It can include professional, peer-reviewed journal articles that are organized in a systematic, researchable elements or fields. These databases often include scholarly articles, journals, research papers, excerpts from the books, and other essays. Most common electronic databases for the academic research include Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, Medline, Sinhal, ERIC, Chester, Science Direct, etc. Nursing students' knowledge and attitude towards electronic databases can have impact on their successful adoption of information, competencies, willingness to learn the computer systems, and this could result in the usage of electronic databases for the nursing research. According to the research done by the Karkun and the Shrikant G, the overall attitude towards the use of electronic journals and the databases among the members of faculty and research scholars was shown to be positive, but majority prefer printed resources. The review of literature. Study awareness on usage of electronic databases by the graduates in the University of Ibadan done by Equinola showed that a well-structured knowledge questionnaire was used. 150 graduates were included in the study. The study showed that 79.4% were not aware about the databases, while few were aware about the databases. A study conducted by Shivendra Singh on perceptions of electronic information resources usage and issues with the nursing academia in India. Here, the 200 UG students were included. Structured knowledge questionnaires were used. The study results show that 18.2% of the respondents have indicated that they avoid using electronic resources due to the lack of training to assess such resources. The objectives of the study are to assess the knowledge and usage of electronic databases among nursing students, to assess the attitude towards electronic databases among nursing students, to find the correlation between the knowledge and attitude on the usage of electronic databases among the nursing student, to find the association of level of knowledge and attitude regarding the usage of electronic database with the selected demographic variables. Hypothesis. The hypothesis will be tested at 0.05 level of significance. H1, there will be a significant correlation between the knowledge scores and the attitude score of the nursing students regarding the electronic databases. There will be a significant association of level of knowledge and usage of electronic database with the selected demographic variable. The third hypothesis states that there will be significant association of level of attitude on the usage of electronic database with the selected demographic variable. The research approach used by the study is quantitative research approach. Design is descriptive design. Research setting was selected Nursing College, Mangaluru, that was NFI Nursing College. Sample third year BSc nursing students and second year PBPSc nursing students were included. Sample size is 110 nursing students. Sampling technique used was non-probability purposive sampling technique. Tool here was demographic pro forma and the structured knowledge questionnaires and the rating scale for assessing the attitude. The inclusion criteria of the study was third year BSc nursing students and second year PBS nursing students who knows to use electronic devices like smartphone, computers, and laptops. Exclusion criteria was nursing students who are sick and are on leave during the time of data collection. Variables, research variables were knowledge and attitude. Demographic variables were age, gender, religion, course, underwent hands-on training on usage of electronic databases. Validity was established by giving a tool for the 5 experts, and modification was done based on their suggestions. Reliability was obtained by you for the knowledge questionnaire using Carl Pearson's formula, and for the attitude scale, we have used the Cronbach's alpha. Pre-testing of the tool was done on 5 samples. Pilot study was conducted on 10% of samples, and it was found feasible and practicable. Data collection. Ethical clearance was obtained from the Institutional Ethics Committee, that is from the NFI University Ethics Committee. A formal permission was obtained from the concerned authority. Informed consent was taken from the participants before obtaining the data. Data was collected by structured knowledge questionnaires and attitude scale from 110 samples. Collected samples were stored for the further analysis. The statistical method used for the study was descriptive and inferential statistics. Demographic data was analyzed in terms of frequency and percentage. Pearson's correlation formula was used to find the correlation between knowledge score and attitude score. Association of knowledge scores and attitude score with the selected demographic variable was calculated using the chi-square test. The results were divided into various sections. Section 1, where the frequency and percentage distribution of demographic variable showed that majority of the students belong to the age group of 18 to 20 years, 91.8% were females, and 74.5% belonged to the Christian religion. 65.5% had the previous information regarding the use of electronic databases from most of them had from the social media, and participation in training programs, 91.7% said no. Here, section 2, level of knowledge of nursing students on usage of electronic databases showed that majority of the students had, that is 73.63% of the students had poor knowledge on usage of electronic databases. Section 3, that is level of attitude of nursing students on usage of electronic database. Here, 95.45% of the people, the participant, show the positive attitude towards the databases. Correlation between the knowledge score and attitude score. The results showed that there is no significant correlation between the knowledge and attitude score. Association between the knowledge score and selected demographic variable. Between the knowledge and selected demographic variable, there was no significant association at the level of 0.05 level of significance. And between the attitude and demographic variables, association was found between age in years and previous knowledge. For the rest of the variables, the null hypothesis was accepted and the research hypothesis was rejected. Discussion about the study. The present study, knowledge on usage of electronic database among nursing students, revealed that 110 students, most of the students had poor knowledge. The similar study conducted to assess the perception of electronic information resources, usages, and issues with the nursing academy in North India showed that 18.27% of the respondents lacked proper knowledge on using the online resources. The present study showed that most of them had favorable attitude, the positive attitude towards the electronic database. A study was conducted on the awareness, access, and attitude of postgraduate students towards use of electronic databases into academic libraries in Southwest Nigeria, showed that the 67% were familiar about the databases, but lacked information on use of electronic databases. The studies showed that the correlation between knowledge score and attitude score, in the current study, there was no significant correlation between the knowledge and attitude score. The similar study conducted in the Nigeria showed that there is a positive correlation. The present study shows that there was a significant association between knowledge scores and selected demographic variables. whereas in the similar study conducted on the determinants of UG students' attitude and perception towards use of electronic information resources among UG students in the selected university in Cape, South Africa, where the research hypothesis was tested on the attitude and perception of UG students on the utilization of e-information sources such as e-journals, in which the test results was significant at p less than 0.05 level of significance. The conclusion of the study: electronic databases are an important and valuable source of conducting the literature review. They provide access to the vast amount of scholarly information, research articles, books, conference papers, and other relevant source of information. The current study revealed that while a majority of students exhibited a positive attitude towards electronic databases, they had a limited knowledge regarding their use. Adequate training on the usage of electronic databases can greatly benefit students in utilizing the full potential of these resources for their research. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the session chair does not have any questions, we can go ahead with the next presentation. Aruna ma'am, if you are available, we can have a presentation now. Ms. G. Aruna.
Yes, I'm available.
Great. Okay, please share your screen, ma'am, and you can start with the presentation.
I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to say thanks to SFNP team. Aruna. My statement of the problem is I study to assist post-menopause.
Ma'am, actually your voice breaking a little bit. I think the network issues are there.
Now, madam, is it okay?
Actually, it's okay, ma'am, but sometimes it's getting some kind of crack. But please go ahead, ma'am. I'll tell you if it is again disturbed.
Okay. Every woman is born with a set of number of eggs in her ovaries. After puberty, these eggs start to mature one at a time. When an egg matures, the cells in the ovaries surrounding the egg start to produce hormones. Eventually, the mature egg leaves the ovary and then gets fertilized to become an embryo or passes out of the body with the menstrual flow. The menstruation of each egg of these eggs into the ovary causes the cyclic production of the hormones, estrogen and progesterone that determine the menstrual. As time goes by, the supply of eggs starts to dwindle as the number of eggs get lower. The cycles begin to get more erratic, become closer together, but further apart. When the egg supply has been exhausted, the ovary stop making estrogen and progesterone, and the menstrual cycle stops altogether. After a full year without the menstruation, women are officially said to be in menopause. This natural stage of life typically occurs in women between the ages of 40 and 60 years, when the ovaries stop producing the hormones, estrogen and progesterone. In the United States, the average age of menopause is 51 years, though around the world, the average age is 60 years. Each year, approximately 130 million women worldwide go through this menopause in India. The menopause state is one midlife stage that a woman could pass through peacefully or there are many beliefs and taboos surrounding this stage of life. Early identification of clinical signs and symptoms can aid in easing women's discomfort and worries. According to the WHO, post-menopausal women are those who ceased menstruating a year ago or who do not have periods because of hysterectomy and oophorectomy are the fourth. The decrease in estrogen levels can cause both the bones, osteoporosis, and put women at an increased risk of heart disease, and the menopausal symptoms which are seen in the women are heart flashes, vaginal atrophy, and relaxation of the pelvic muscles, cardiac effects, hair growth, feeling pains, nervous, panic attacks, pain spells, irritability, loss of memory, and mental. Coming to the need for study, the global population of postmenopausal women is growing. In 2021, women aged 50 and over around 26% of all women globally. This was up from 22% 10 years earlier globally. A woman aged 50 years in 2019. Further showed that 22.1% women in the age group of 35 to 39 years in Andhra Pradesh were in menopause, potentially significant observation as the state has a high prevalence of female sterilization and engage. A statement of the problem, study to assess the post.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Just to let you know, the slide is still in the introduction part. So I just wanted to inform you that.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. So the slide is still in the introduction slide only. I think you went to the statement of problem slide also, but it's not moving for us. If you can try to check that.
Now is it okay, madam?
Yes, we are seeing the slide that says this natural. Okay, need for the study. Yes.
Okay.
Statement of the problem.
Statement of the problem is study to assess the postmenopausal symptoms among women in selected villages, Nellore, Andhra Pradesh. Objectives to assess the postmenopausal symptoms among women, associate the postmenopausal symptoms among women with the socio-demographic variables. Coming to the assumptions, postmenopausal symptoms among women may be high in selected villages, Nellore. Delimitations, women who attain menopause. Sample size of the study is 30 postmenopausal women and data collection period is 4 weeks. Coming to the methodology, quantitative research approach, the design was descriptive design. Setting was planned to conduct among menopausal women in Teerthanker and Nellore among postmenopausal women. The village consists of 10,000 population and it is located at 10 kilometers away from the Nellore. My population is all the menopausal women, accessible population. Menopausal women who are residing at the selected villages in Nellore. The sample for the present study includes menopausal women residing at selected villages in Nellore and fulfill the inclusion criteria. Sample size was selected for the present study includes 30 menopausal women. Sampling technique, non-probability convenience sampling technique for the study to assess the menopausal symptoms among women. Sampling criteria. This inclusion and exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria includes menopausal women who are willing to participate in the study, menopausal women available at the time of data collection period. Coming to the exclusion criteria, menopausal women who do not know to read Telugu and English, menopausal women who undergone hysterectomy due to any cause. Variables are the study variables are demographic variables and the research variables. Research variables are menopausal women. Demographic variables include age, occupation, education, family income, religion, marital status, weight of the menopausal. Then coming to the data collection procedure, after obtaining formal permission, medical officer of the selected villages, total of my 30 menopausal who meet the inclusion criteria was selected by using convenience sampling technique. The menopausal woman was informed by the investigator about the nature and purpose of the study and consent of time. The duration of the data collection is 4 weeks. Data was collected by using observational checklist. It has taken 15 minutes for each menopausal woman completing the questionnaire. The data was analyzed by statistical analysis. Then here the pool is having 2 parts. Part 1, socio-demographic variables. Part 2, observational checklist. So coming to the results, through frequency and percentage level of post-menopausal symptoms among women, there is a 3 stages: mild and moderate severe. Mild is 4% and moderate menopausal symptoms 90%, severe is 60%. Coming to the mean and standard deviation post-menopausal symptoms among women, mean was 19.89 and standard deviation was 3.07. Coming to the major findings of the study regard the post-menopausal symptoms among women, 1% have the 4% have mild and 90% have moderate and 6% severe post-menopausal symptoms among women. The standard deviation was 19.89 and the mean was 19.89 and standard deviation 3.07. With the reference of occupation and weight was 0.05% level or significant. Coming to a conclusion, healthcare providers may not be trying to recognize perimenopausal and post-menopausal symptoms and counsel the patients on treatment options and staying healthy after the menopausal transition. Menopause currently receives limited attention in the training curriculum for many healthcare workers. Study concluded that investigators provide the health education to post-menopausal women. It is helpful
you so much, ma'am. Shina Devi, ma'am, if you have any discussions or questions for the participant, please let them know.
No, Mrs. Smita. No,
Okay,
no,
thank you.
no questions. It's good study.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. On that note, we can go ahead with the next presentation. Ms. Tejasvi Vijay Lohake. Please,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am, are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
available? Yes, please go ahead with your presentation, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my studies visible?
Yes, ma'am, you can see paper presentations here.
Can I start with my presentation?
Yes, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So, moving toward the introduction, babies in the neonatal intensive care unit (NICU) are enveloped in a mass of monitoring wires that hamper basic clinical and imaging procedures and skin-to-skin contact with caregivers, linked with reduced infant mortality and other positive outcomes. Additionally, sensors are attached with adhesives that can damage and scar fragile premature skin. A new system using a pair of small, wireless, non-contact devices, electronic patches, could one day replace this cumbersome and invasive equipment. Hello?
Sorry, that was somebody unmuting themselves. Sorry, please go ahead now. I've muted them. Please go ahead.
Of the study, it is possible to assess various vital signs remotely, non-invasively and non-contact by using electronic sensors such as camera and temperature sensor. However, studies on infants and especially on neonates in clinical settings are still rare. To minimize the cross-infection and frequent use of gadgets and thermometers to check the vital signs, to minimize the irritation due to ECG leads, it also helps to reduce staff burden with vital signs monitoring, cable and wire-free child so that parents can hold the baby with comfort and without hesitation. That is why there is need to conduct this study. Title of the study, an experimental study on non-contact based vital signs measurement and its comparative analysis with contact-based multi-parameters among neonates in neonatal intensive care units. It is an pilot study. Objectives of the study to develop and validate the non-contact based vital signs monitoring application. Second objective, to assess the heart rate variability, respiration rate variability, temperature, and SpO2 with non-contact based application and contact based multi-parameter. Third, to compare the vital signs measurements of non-contact based application and multi-parameter in NICU. Fourth, to associate the findings of non-contact based application and contact based multi-parameter with demographic variables. Methodology. Experimental research approach. Research design is experimental research design. It is a crossover study. Sampling technique used is convenient sampling technique. Sample size for the pilot study was 22 samples. Then a population was neonates. The target population was neonates admitted in neonatal intensive care unit of the selected hospital in Uttar city, Maharashtra. Criteria for the study, inclusive criteria. The study includes neonates who are admitted in NICU, the neonates who was present at the time of data collection, parents those are willing to participate, and exclusion criteria, neonates those who are in PNC ward. The study excludes those who are already participating in the same study. Methods of data collection. This is about the Android application which is used as a non-contact based vital signs monitoring measurement. That is temporal gradient analysis (TGA). It is an Android based application that was developed to measure vital signs such as heart rate variability, respiration rate variability, SpO2, and temperature. The aim of the application is to measure the vital signs without coming in contact with newborn and neonates. To take the reading with TGA application by tapping on the app and the Android phone to run the application, enter the details of the subject, vital signs, date and time of the recording, then subject details such as identification number of the patient. Then by mounting the camera on the tripod and placing it at the setup of 35 centimeter away from the subject or the neonate, focusing on the region of interest. Then by marking the point to select the region of interest, such as forehead for the temperature and the chest region for heart rate variability, respiration rate variability, and SpO2, and select region of interest for measuring temperature. Record the video of 30 seconds, and after 30 seconds, the following vital signs will be displayed on the screen: heart rate variability, respiration rate variability, and SpO2. For measuring temperature, attach a thermal camera via USB and select the region of interest for the temperature measurement. ROI includes the forehead and these are the which include in this you can see that there will be the heart rate and respiration variability. This is for the SpO2 and this is for the temperature using thermal camera. In the result of the study, the demographic variables for the study were age in days, maturity, type of delivery, weight, diagnosis, and stay in NICU, where these are the demographic variables. Age in the days, the children come to that is 13.63%, 3 to 5 is 63.63%, 6 and above were 22.72%. In terms of maturity, there were 50% in preterm and 50% was term babies. According to type of delivery, 40.9% were cesarean section and 59.1% were of normal delivery. Then according to the weight, 13.6 percentage was in the age group with the weight of 1 to 1.5 kg, 40.9% was in 1.62 kg, 18.2 in 2.1 to 2.5 kg, 27.3% were in 2.62 kg. Then according to diagnosis, the distribution was as follows: 4.5% were having birth asphyxia, 4.5% were having congenital heart diseases, and diffuse neonatal hemangiomatosis. 22.7% were having low birth weight, and 40.9% were having neonatal hyperbilirubinemia, and 22.7% were having respiratory distress. According to their stay in NICU, that is 13.6% has stay of 0 to 2 days, 63.6% were having 3 to 5 days, 13.6% were having 6 to 8 days, and 9.1 units were having 9 and above. Then there's the evaluation of heart with this multipara monitor and contact the standard application. Here the mean is 138.40 and with the application was 138.09. So the p-value was 0.93. That was not significant as it is greater than 0.05. Then in the heart rate variability, the significant the p-value was 0.91, which is greater than 0.05, which is also not significant. The respiration rate here the p-value was 0.65, which is also greater than 0.05. So significant. Then respiration rate variability, p-value is 0.65, which is greater than 0.05, which is non-significant, and temperature 0.58, that is non-significant. Here, there is no it indicates that there is no significant difference in the monitor and as well as the application what we were expecting as we were checking for the accuracy. So it means there is the accuracy in the vital signs often from the monitor as well as the application. And here is the SpO2. Here the p-value is 0.42, which is greater than 0.05, which is not significant. Now here is comparison of vital of contact-based multipara monitor with the non-contact-based application. Here is the comparison of monitor as well as application. The heart rate obtained from the monitor as well as application, that is 0.93, and the p-value is 0.01. The heart rate variability is 0.70, and the respiration variability is 0.76. respiration rate variability is 0.76, temperature is 0.88, SpO2 is 0.8. So the p-value of for it is 0.01. It is less than 0, which means the relation is strongly positive correlation. So the association of the vital signs measurement of contact-based multiparameter and non-contact-based application with selective demographic variable. So here I didn't found any significant difference with the heart rate variability, temperature, and SpO2 from contact-based multiparameter as well as non-contact-based Android application, maybe due to less lesser sample size. Now, talking about the discussion, this present study supported which was conducted in 2021 by researcher Khanam F. for the non-contact automatic vital signs monitoring of infants in neonatal intensive care unit based on neural network, a single center study to remotely monitor the heart rate, the respiratory rate of 7 infants in NICU using a digital camera. The region of interest was automatically selected using a convolutional neural network, and composition was used to minimize the noise artifact. The experimental study have been validated with the reference data obtained from the ECG number. They showed a strong correlation using the Pearson correlation coefficient, that is 0.98 and 0.4 for heart rate and respiration rate respectively, and the lower error and the lower error rate with root mean square error of 2.23 beats per minute and 2.69 breaths per minute between measured data and reference data. A blind analysis of the data also a good correlation between measured data and reference data of both heart rate and respiration rate. Therefore, this technique may be applicable in the clinical environment as an economical, non-contact, and easily deployable monitoring system, and it also represents a potential application in home health monitoring. Conclusion: by using Pearson correlation, it is found that there is a strong significant correlation between the vital signs measurements of contact-based multiparameter and non-contact-based application, Android application. The p-value is less than 0.01, that is less than the level of significance, that is 0.05. So these are the references. Thank you. Thank you for your patience listening. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Shinadevi, ma'am, if you have any questions for her, please go ahead.
Yes. How did you measure the parameters with the non-contact based method? I just want to know.
Ma'am, using Android application, we have developed an Android mobile application, that is TGA analysis, temporal gradient analysis, using the algorithm. So we run the algorithm in that, and using the TGA application, we are just scanning the patient using that, and we are selecting the region of interest. After selecting the region of interest, the waves that are. Hello. Yes.
Yes, it means
Hello.
you have developed an app, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You have developed an app.
Ma'am, it is developed by the institution, the research house of the institution.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Susmita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation, Tejasvi, ma'am. Next, I request Ms. Archana Dore to carry over the presentation. Ms. Archana, are you available? Ms. Archana Dore. Okay, we'll go to the next person. Ms. Sonal Mane. Vakshana Murin, ma'am, you're ready. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Yes. Okay. Please go ahead with the presentation, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, we're not able to hear you, ma'am. Can you please unmute yourself? Archana, ma'am, are you ready? We can see a slide.
Yes, I'm here, Miss Susmita. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you listen me?
I can hear you, ma'am, but there's severe echo. I'll mute my mic. Can you try talk?
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
There is some echo happening there, ma'am. Can you just check that real quick?
My screen is. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
I can see a screen, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Myself, Archana Dhore, MSc second year from SRMM Con.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the echo is really bad, ma'am. Can you just fix it real quick? I don't know why there's an echo. If you have another device or something with the same a Zoom meeting, you have to mute one of it, ma'am. Because I'm not, your voice is not very audible when the echo is coming. And it's not clear.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, my statement. To assess the effectiveness of plant teaching on knowledge regarding prevention of urinary tract infection among first trimester ANC mothers. Introduction is urinary tract infection occur commonly in pregnancy. Bacterial colonization may occur in the lower and upper urinary tract and is facilitated by the normal physiological changes of pregnancy. Asymptomatic bacteriuria, cystitis, and polynephritis each pose a serious threat to the mother and fetus. Optimal treatment regimen and preventive strategies continue to be investigated. Objectives of my study is to assess the existing knowledge regarding prevention of UTI among the first trimester ANC mothers with urinary tract infection, to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching on knowledge regarding prevention of urinary tract infection among the first trimester ANC mothers, and third objective of my study is to find out the association between post-test knowledge score with selected demographic variables. Research methodology of studies, research approach, quantitative research approach, and the research design are one group, pre-test, post-test research design, and population are first trimester ANC mothers. Sample are first trimester ANC mothers in selected hospital of Radha. Then setting of the study are, the study was conducted in the selected hospital in Radha city. Sampling technique are convenient sampling technique. Sample size is 100. Then tools for data collection are section A, distribution of first trimester ANC mothers with regards to demographic variable. Section B, assessment of level of pre-test and post-test knowledge regarding prevention of UTI among the first trimester ANC mothers with UTI. Section C, assessment of effectiveness of plant teaching on knowledge regarding prevention of UTI among the first trimester ANC mothers. Plan for data collection are, permission will be taken from the ethical committee to conduct the study. Approaching the taking permission from patients, the investigator approached the first trimester ANC mother selected hospital in Varda city and explained the purpose of study and explained how it would be beneficial for them. Then formal consent was obtained from the sample. Then explained the purpose study and nature of the study to ensure better cooperation during data collection. The investigator collected a group of patients, made them comfortable and oriented them to the study and administered a questionnaire to them, instructed them not to interact with each other, and doubts were clarified. Once the questionnaire was completed, the investigator collected from them back, and then each sample required a minimum time of 30 minutes to complete the structure questionnaire. After the pre-test, the plant teaching was given by the investigator, and then after 7 days, the post-test is taken. Then it took an hour to complete plant teaching for the same group. After all, investigator thanks the participants. Then the findings show the association of knowledge score with the age of marriage, association of knowledge score with the type of family of first trimester ANC mothers. The results are section A, distribution of ANC mothers with regards to their demographic variables. 28% of ANC mothers are in between the 21 years. Then 31% mothers found knowledge about UTI is 22 to 24 years. Then 25 to 30 years of age, 30% have knowledge, and 11% of mothers having a 30 years and above. Then 22% of primary educated females, then 19% of higher secondary educated, and then 38% of mothers up to undergraduate, and 38% up to higher secondary education was taken from by them. Then 21% were postgraduated mothers can be taken in the study. Then distribution of first trimester ANC mother according to their type of family shows that 55% of nuclear family and 35% were joint family. Section B, assessment of the pre-existing knowledge regarding urinary tract infection and its prevention, and minimum knowledge score in pre-test was 2 and the maximum knowledge score in post-test was 9. Now, section C, the calculated t-value, that is 29.301, are much bigger than the tabulated value at 5%. Hence, it is statistically interpreted that the plant teaching on knowledge regarding urinary tract infection and its prevention was effective. Then section D, the calculated p value is 0.897, which is higher than the acceptable value of significance, that is p 0.05. Hence, it is interpreted that gestational age is statistically not associated with their knowledge score. Then conclusion of my study is, after the detailed analysis, the study leads to the following conclusion. First trimester and antenatal mothers do not have 100% knowledge regarding urinary tract infection. there was a significant increase in knowledge of subject. It is interpreted that the age, type of family were found a significant association between the knowledge score with the selected demographic variable. Education, age of marriage, gestational age, it is interpreted that was not found a significant association between knowledge score with selected demographic variable. Effects of the study are assess effectiveness, plant teaching, knowledge, and urinary tract infection. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, ma'am. Chinna Devi, ma'am, if you have any questions for the presenter, please ask him, ma'am.
No, no, ma'am. No question.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chinna ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If Sonal Kumani is available, we can have the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please share your screen. Archana ma'am, can you stop sharing the screen? Below that, ma'am, there is stop share option in red. Yeah, thank you so much. Sonal ma'am, if you have a presentation, please share this.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, you can see the title slide.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all. My name is Sonal and I'm here for the oral presentation. The statement for my study is a study to assess the effectiveness of plan teaching on knowledge regarding relapse prevention among alcoholic clients. Introduction. Alcoholism occurs when a person drinks too much alcohol to the point where the body becomes dependent on or addicted to it. People who have alcohol use disorders may continue drinking even when it causes major implications like loss of job or employment and destroying relationships with loved ones. Relapse is defined as a return to the harmful behaviors and negative effects associated with addiction. Relapse refers to the process of returning to the use of alcohol or drugs after a period of abstinence. Objective of the study: to assess the existing knowledge regarding relapse prevention among alcoholic clients, to assess the effectiveness of plan teaching on knowledge regarding relapse prevention among alcoholic clients, to associate post-test knowledge score on relapse prevention among alcoholic clients with their demographic variables. Hypothesis: there will be a considerable difference in knowledge scores for relapse prevention among alcoholic clients between the pre-test and post-test. Material and methods. Research approach was interventional approach. Research design used was one group pre-test, post-test research design, and the study was conducted at selected hospital in Vartha city, Maharashtra. Sampling technique used was purposive sampling technique. Population alcoholic clients. Accessible population were alcoholic clients. Target population were alcoholic clients who are coming in psychiatric ward and UPD of selected hospital in Vartha. Sample alcoholic clients, and the sample size was 80. Criteria for sample selection. The inclusion criteria, alcoholic clients who are interested to take part in this study, alcoholic clients who are available at the time the data will be collected, alcoholic clients who can read, write, and understand English and Marathi. Exclusion criteria, alcoholic clients who use other substances except tobacco are excluded from this study. Alcoholic clients who have already participated in the similar study during the last 6 months. The tools used for data collection, section 1 includes demographic variables, which are age, religion, residence, educational status, marital status, occupation, type of family, drinking habit. Section 2 consists of structured knowledge questionnaire regarding relapse prevention, which consists of 20 questions. Section 3 includes planned teaching on knowledge regarding relapse prevention. Result. First is percentage-wise distribution of alcoholic clients with regards to their demographic characteristics. Majority of the clients, that was 42.50%, were in the age group of 31 to 45 years. Then majority of 47.50% of the clients were belonging to other religion. Then majority of 52.50% of alcoholic clients were from rural area. Majority of clients, 60%, were educated up to graduation and above. Majority of 77.50% of them were married. Majority of 71.30% of them were doing private service. Majority of 72.50% of alcoholic clients were from nuclear families. Majority of 56.30% of them had drinking habit from 10 to 15 years. Assessment of pre-test knowledge score. The findings reveal that 70% of alcoholic clients had poor level of knowledge score, 25% had average, and 5% of them had good level of knowledge score. Assessment of post-test. The findings reveal that 8.75% of alcoholic clients had average level of knowledge score, 12.5% of them had good, and 78.75% of them had very good level of knowledge score. The students paired t-test is used to compare the mean, standard deviation, and mean difference values at 5% level of significance. For n is equal to 80 minus 1 or 79 degrees of freedom, the tabulated result was 2.0. The estimated t-value, or 27.51, is significantly greater than the tabulated value for the total knowledge score of alcoholic clients at 5% level of significance, which is statistically acceptable level of significance. Therefore, statistical analysis suggests that the planned teaching on relapse prevention knowledge among alcoholic clients was successful. Therefore, the H1 is approved. There was a significant association of knowledge score found with age and educational status. Conclusion. These study samples were not having sufficient knowledge regarding relapse prevention. The planned teaching was useful in improving their knowledge on relapse prevention. A relapse might happen at any point during the healing process. People in recovery from alcoholism are most vulnerable to relapse in the early phases of their recovery, as well as in the moments following a traumatic experience or at periods of transition. For the rest of their lives, most persons in recovery must actively take precautions to avoid relapse. Keywords are knowledge, effectiveness, planned teaching, relapse prevention, and alcoholic clients. Here I end my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Nahar ma'am, for your presentation. Shina Devi ma'am, if you have any questions for the presenter, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jasmita. Ma'am, when you had been to the hospital, when you are dealing with the alcoholic patients, did you find any problem in filling up the questionnaire?
No, ma'am, they were cooperative.
They were cooperative.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The one last person left out is Ms. Manjeet Kaur. Ms. Manjeet Kaur, are you available? The presentation. Sonal ma'am, you can stop sharing your screen. Ms. Manjeet Kaur. Since she's not available, we can wrap up the session for today. I want to thank all the participants for taking so much of effort and presenting. And I want to convey my special thanks to the session chair, Professor Dr. China Devi M, Dean cum Principal, Mata Gujri College of Nursing, Mata Gujri University, India. And thank you so much for taking the time out from your schedule to be the session chair. And on that note, we are finishing up the session for today. Thank you all so much for your participation. And tomorrow again, the sessions start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Indian Standard Time. So we're looking forward to see everybody's participation tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for joining today. Have a good rest of the day. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Miss Susmita, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
I'll convey that to Sushmita. I'm not Sushmita. I'll convey that to Sushmita. Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Has anyone not presented there here? From Dr. Maitri Chowdhury's systemic nursing research? Has anyone been here? Chetna, have you presented or not? Chetna? Please unmute yourself and say. Dr. Maitri has told there are 3 members those who are not presented. Mr. Nizar Abdul Majid, are you available? Mr. Nizar? Mr. Nizar, if you're available in the Zoom, you can unmute yourself and present. Okay, that will be the last call. Mr. Nizar, if you're available in the Zoom, kindly present. Okay, I'll take that as his absence. And the next presenter that I'm calling will be Dr. Zafar. Dr. Zafar, are you available? Dr. Zafar, if you're available, kindly unmute yourself and present. Okay, that would be the last call. Dr. Zafar. Okay, then considering his absence, we'll move on with the next presenter. Chetna, are you available? Chetna from SRMM Con. Chetna, please unmute yourself and present. Chetna Ambadas Timende from SRMM Con, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research. Are you there? Chetna. Ms. Chetna, are you there? Sorry, Dr. Maitri, Chetna has joined. Now we'll present, she'll be presenting. Chetna, are you there? Yes, she is there.
Hello?
Yes, Chetna, you can present yourself.
Wait a moment.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can present. Okay. Share your screen and you can present, okay?
Wait for 5 minutes, ma'am. I will start.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Slide.
No slides we can't see.
हाँ ma'am, एक मिनट.
Okay.
Headphone नहीं है. ताई हे लावा लवकर लावा. मला पता नाही जी हेडफोन आहे. अशी हेडफोन आहे, स्लाइड दाखवा लागते ना, स्लाइड दाखवायची आहे. माझं लावतो नेट स्टार्ट करू. शेअर नका स्लाइड.
Chetna, if you're not possible, you can continue, dear.
Ma'am, actually there is some technical problem.
Okay, you can continue.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, you can. Kindly start your presentation.
Sorry, ma'am. Start from introduction. Diabetic diet transfer scheme schedule was announced in 2018 as per part of government aim to reduce TB patients rates of rates by 2025, with the disease largely affected poverty, people living in the poorly ventilated home. Government decided to provide regular financial aids to patients to allow them to improve their nutrition. Tuberculosis treatment not only required drugs regimen for years or two, but also need patient to have a high nutrition diet. Then objective of the study to assess the existing knowledge regarding direct benefit transfer scheme among tuberculosis patients in selected community area, to assess the effectiveness of plan teaching on knowledge regarding direct benefit transfer scheme among tuberculosis patients in selected community area, to determine the association between demographic variables and knowledge score regarding the direct benefit transfer scheme among tuberculosis patients. Then research methodology. Research approach, quantitative research approach. Research design was one group, pre-test post-test design. Setting of the study. The study will be conducted in selected hospital in Uttar district. Then sample technique, non-probability purpose sampling technique was there. Then population, tuberculosis patient, target population. The target population selected for this study was tuberculosis patient in hospital. Accessible population was tuberculosis patient and sample size was 80. Then criteria for selection, in that inclusive criteria, the study included patients who are willing to participate in the study, patients who are present at the time of data collection. In exclusive criteria, the clients who are under the direct benefit transfer scheme, and second was those are conducted in same program. Then tool for data collection, there was structure for knowledge questionnaire consists of two sections. Section 1, there is a one demographic variable, and section 2, there is a structured knowledge question. Then tool consists of 3 sections. In that section 1, it consists of demographic variable of a mother to be participate in study, example age, relation, resident, gender, education status, occupation, association, illness during tuberculosis. In section 2, consists of 10 questions of knowledge regarding tuberculosis. In section 3, there is a consist of 10 questions of knowledge regarding direct benefit transfer scheme. Then plan for data collection. Permission was taken from the higher authorities. The investigation explained the nature and purpose of the study. The written consent was taken from the tuberculosis patient. The subject were explained about the nature and purpose of the study. Then there are 80 tuberculosis patients were required for my study. All the patients who under the treatment of tuberculosis and attitude were assessed by the administered structure knowledge questionnaire. Each sample required minimum 30 minutes to complete for structure questionnaire. After the pre-test plan, teaching will be carried about the knowledge regarding direct benefit transfer scheme among the patient of tuberculosis. The post-test will be conducted with the same structure questionnaire on 7th day after the analysis will be done and result will be interpreted. Then result in section 1, in my study, section 1, in my study, subject according to their education status, there is 30% having ill-rated client, 32.5% were educated up to primary standard, 7.5% educated up to secondary, and 60.3% up to higher education, and 3.8% education were graduated. According to their occupation, there were 42.5% were unemployed, 30% was private services, 75% of them government services, and 10% were doing business. According to their illness, show that 17.5% of suffering from pneumonia, 30% were suffering from asthma, 10% suffering from bronchitis, and 42.5% were suffering from other disease. Then distribution subject according to their duration of disease, show that 7.5% show history of tuberculosis were belong to 1 to 3 years, 7.5% of them were belongs to 3 to 5 years, 32.5% history belongs to 5 to 7 years, and 30% of tuberculosis patient history belongs to above 7 years. Then section 2, there is a post-test evidence as show that 10.5% tuberculosis patient had average level of knowledge score 12.5% of them had good knowledge and 74.5% them of very good knowledge of the knowledge score. In section 3, there was no significant association between age, relation, resident, gender, education status, occupation, association, illness, history of duration, and knowledge about the direct benefit transfer scheme among their information. So conclusion is that after details analysis, this study leads to following conclusion that planned teaching program significantly brought out improvement in their knowledge and of tuberculosis patient regarding direct benefit transfer scheme. Analysis of data show that there was significant difference between pre-test and post-test knowledge score. In my study, there are some keywords. There are assist, effectiveness, plant teaching, knowledge, and direct benefit transfer scheme and tuberculosis. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maitri. Do you have any questions? Dr. Maitri, if there is no questions, we'll wrap up the session.
Sorry, ma'am, for delay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chetna. Thank you, Dr. Maitri, for evaluating the sessions. Thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.